Welcome, and thank you for standing by. At this time, all participants are on listen-only mode. If you would like to ask a question over the phone line, you may enter the queue by pressing *1. I would now like to turn the meeting over to Stephanie Henning, Senior Policy Analyst with Indian Affairs. Thank you. Please begin.
Thank you, and welcome back, everyone, to the second day of the second annual National Tribal Broadband Summit. We're really excited about what we have for you today. Starting us off today, we have Betty Brand, Deputy Undersecretary with USDA Rural Development.
Well, thank you, Stephanie, and thank all of you so much for having me with you today. I have my phone up to my ear, so it may sound but look a little funny to be on video and also talking on the phone, but it was really important for me to be able to speak clearly and make sure that you all can understand me. And it's also an honor to have time on your agenda, and I want you to know that you always have time on my calendar when you need it. My team and I do better jobs when we fully understand your needs and challenges. We're good listeners and always want to hear from you. We know that access to broadband is a critical issue for tribal communities across the country. And I want this audience to know that delivering broadband to Indian country is at the top of rural development's priority list. Access to high-speed internet is not simply nice to have, it's a necessity for the 21st century. So I know how frustrating it is to lack access to broadband. And I know all too well the economic disadvantages it creates for so many people, easily 1/3 of the people in your communities, and probably more. 80% of Americans who don't have broadband are in rural and tribal communities. This reality is an injustice, and I go to work every day dedicated to fixing it. During the course of this panel, you'll hear all about the infrastructure programs we offer that can help your communities get connected, up to and including our ReConnect loan and grant program, which is dedicated solely to delivering broadband to those who need it the most. Altogether, USDA has nearly $1.1 billion available in new loans, grants, and loan grant combinations to deploy this critical infrastructure. The list of programs that can be leveraged to help solve the connectivity problem is long, and I'm going to let the panelists describe them in more detail. It's a lot of programs and a lot of opportunity. And normally, I don't really like long lists, but in this case, it's good to have options. I'm proud to work with a team who knows how to turn those financing options into life-changing development, from critical infrastructure to business loans to housing. I wish this were easier. I wish we could flip a switch tomorrow that would instantly deliver broadband to every parent who needs access to telemedicine, for every child who needs access to online learning, and for every entrepreneur who has an idea to share with the world. It's harder than flipping a switch, but we will get there by tackling it together. When I say together, I mean everyone, tribal leaders, the USDA team, local lenders, and telecom companies. In rural development, we are experts at connecting all of the groups and individuals necessary to deliver essential services, and connecting them is the first step to connecting your communities to broadband. It all starts with our wonderful state offices. It's a group of public servants who are truly unique in government. They live and work in the communities they serve, so they know how to navigate the local landscape as they plug their customers into a myriad of federal programs. A good example of how this all happens, how everything fits together and grows together, is the partnership we established with Sacred Wind Communications in the Navajo Nation. Sacred Wind received a loan from Rural Development with the goal of bringing telecom to 2,000 customers. The innovative way that Sacred Wind used those resources turned that first opportunity into so much more. CEO John Badal of Sacred Wind knew that many of the homes on the Navajo Nation didn't have electricity. In order to get telecom, homes also had to have electricity. So John developed a proposal for USDA's Rural Utility Service to run voice and data on the same channel, streamlining the process. He proved his idea with a trial, and it was accepted, paving the way for tribal and other rural communities to access telecom. This also set the stage for Sacred Wind to successfully apply for additional funding sources. When Sacred Wind began working with us, there were fewer than 2,500 homes in the area that had access to simple copper wire phone service. Today, there are 30,000 families that have telecom. Sacred Wind subsequently received a Community Connect grant, $465,000, to create an internet training center at the Huerfano chapter in New Mexico. The center is also used by 4 other Navajo chapters, drawing hundreds of people every week, kids who for the first time have internet access to help with schoolwork. There isn't a library within 20,000 square mile area. Artisans who use the internet to sell their handicrafts, and Navajo women who use the Paint app on the computer to develop new designs for their rugs and blankets. One Navajo schoolgirl came to the center with a paper in her hands and tears in her eyes to show the staff her first ever A, thanks to access to the internet. At USDA Rural Development, we've also worked with the Havasupai people in the Grand Canyon to connect them to expert medical care. Children on that special, beautiful reservation now have access and computers. We help bring internet access to the Indian Medical Center in Gallup, New Mexico. That facility has been able to set up a Wi-Fi hotspot for the public to use. I heard a story recently about how that hotspot enabled a Navajo grandfather and his granddaughter to reconnect at a critical time in their lives. The story caught my attention because bonds between family members are so important to all of us. In this case, the family members were not on speaking terms. They'd had a disagreement, and their bond was broken for a time. Then the grandfather fell victim to COVID-19. Knowing that she could lose him and knowing that she could not visit him, the granddaughter was able to use the medical center's hotspot to connect with her grandfather and heal the rift. That hotspot reconnected a family. It played a key role in repairing that priceless bond between an elder tribal member and his beloved granddaughter. We are living in difficult times. Broadband can make it easier. My own parents who live in a rural area have struggled with lack of access to high-speed internet. They finally have DSL now, and I'm relieved that they can finally access telemedicine. But their service still doesn't compare to what people in urban communities take for granted. I'll never forget my mother's frustration as she struggled to get connected. She thought it was her fault, that her own technical know-how was somehow to blame for something she simply didn't have access to. It wasn't her fault, and it's not your fault. We'll get there together, in partnership and with the kind of team effort that rural development professionals are known for. We are here for you. We are listening, and together we will help your communities prosper. Thank you again, and I'll hand things back to Stephanie now.
Thank you, Betty. Those were some very kind remarks. At this point, we're just going to take a quick look at our agenda for the day. Starting in just a few moments, we're going to turn things over to the USDA Rural Utilities Service to provide an overview of their broadband programs and follow that up with a presentation on from Amarin on strategies to build tribally owned broadband networks. After that, we'll take a short break, about 15 minutes, and come back here promptly at 2:15 p.m. Eastern time. All these times are Eastern time zone. We'll be joined by representatives from AT&T for access enablement for education, first responders, and tribal communities. Then at 2:45, we have a representative from OptiPulse presenting an overview of emerging broadband technology and deployment strategies. Then at 3:15, We have a presentation from Checkpoint Solutions on marketing and managing fiber builds in new communities. Then we take another break at about 3:45, return at 4 p.m. Eastern for a presentation on the economics of 2.5 gigahertz COVID networks from NeuralNet. And that's our agenda for the day. We will be using the same call-in information and link all day, so you can leave your phone lines open during the breaks and just come back in when we get started. Thank you all for their attention. We're getting started a little bit ahead of schedule, so hopefully that bodes well for the rest of the day. And at this point, I'd like to turn it over now to my colleague Ted Bulow over at USDA Rural Utility Service. Ted, take it away.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you, Deputy Undersecretary Brand, for providing remarks and spending the first few minutes of your early afternoon in Washington, D.C. with us. Really appreciate you taking the time and sharing your thoughts and perspectives. My name is Ted Bulow. I'm the Tribal Coordinator for USDA Rural Development. I live and work in the Denver, Colorado area, and we have a jam-packed session, so we're going to need every extra minute we can muster to make it through the Rural Utility Service telecom and broadband programs. We're going to have 4 different speakers that are going to cover 6 programs and offer some success stories at the end as well. 3 of our speakers are going to be coming to you from the D.C. area in our national office, and then our general field representative that covers Arizona and New Mexico is going to be in our cleanup position, batting fourth today to talk about our last 2 programs and offer some success stories from that part of the country. So I believe our first speaker today is Scott Steiner. He's going to cover our Community Connect program. Scott, you're up first, and you can have Stephanie advance the slides for us as we make it through the presentation. So, Scott, you there?
So my name is Scott Steiner. I'm an engineering branch chief with the Loan Origination and Approval Division in the Washington, D.C. office, and we administer the Community Connect grant program. And we're going to go through this kind of a real high-level overview. The program's actually due to open up starting tomorrow, and there will be some more detailed webinars if you want to get into a little bit more of the how to apply kind of things. But let's go ahead and jump into the next slide, please. So the Community Connect grant program was created in 2002. It is a competitive grant program. The regulation is 7 CFR 1739, and it's the windows are governed by a funding opportunity announcement. It's going to be published on our website and in grants.gov. It will set the minimum and maximum grant amounts for the program, as well as the broadband service and broadband grant speeds. And we'll get into that in a moment. And as I said, that is going to be published tomorrow. Next slide, please. So here are some important definitions for the program. So broadband service is any terrestrial technology having the capability to provide those at a rate of 10 megabits per second down, 1 megabit per second up for both fixed service. New for this year, and I'll clarify that slide a little bit, satellite and mobile services are not considered broadband service. So in the past, we have counted mobile for the purposes of determining eligibility, and that's what this definition is used for. The next definition is broadband grant speed, and so it's a minimum bandwidth of 25 megabits per second down, 3 megabits per second up, that every applicant must propose to deliver to customers in the PFSA. So that's the build-out requirement for the system we're financing. The minimum and maximum grant amounts are not changing for this year, so it's a $100,000 minimum, $3 million maximum. So we're now going to get into overview of the program. And so in terms of eligible applicants, I won't go through all of them, but the important takeaway is most every type of entity other than individuals or partnerships are eligible, including Indian tribes and tribal organizations. Applicants do have to have the legal capacity and authority to apply for funding and enter into a contract with RUS, and applicants have to have legal capacity to own and operate a broadband system. And so that can sometimes be tricky for governmental type entities if there's some overarching law that prevents them from offering retail broadband service. But as long as that's not a problem, for a particular applicant that would be an eligible entity type. So next slide, please. So in terms of an eligible project for a Community Connect grant, it's got to do these things. So it has to serve a proposed funded service area, and we'll use that acronym a lot, in which broadband service, that 10 down, 1 up service, does not exist. Offer service at the broadband grant speed, that 25.3, to all resident and business customers within the PFSA. Offer free service at the broadband grant speed to essential community facilities located in the PFSA for 2 years. And provide a community center with at least 2 computer access points and wireless access at the broadband grant speed, free of all charges to users for at least 2 years, and that needs to be open and accessible to area residents before, during, and after normal working hours, and on Saturday and or Sunday. And the important takeaway here is that a project has to do all of these things. So we regularly get inquiries from people who are only interested in providing the service but don't want to do free service or operate a community center, or on the other hand, we occasionally get inquiries from people who only want to provide the community center. So the important takeaway is that it has to be all of these things to be an eligible project. Next slide, please. So in terms of an eligible PFSA, the PFSA is a contiguous geographic area within an eligible rural area in which the applicant proposes to provide service at that 25.3 service. A rural area is any area, as confirmed by the census, which is not located within a city, town, or incorporated area of a population greater than 20,000, or part of an urbanized area contiguous and adjacent to a city, town, or town that has a population of greater than 50,000. And this all comes from the latest census, which is 2010 at this point. This does show up as a mapping layer within the mapping tool that we have that we'll talk a little bit about. And so any area that doesn't fall within a place that's in the non-rural area is eligible for the purposes of rurality. Next slide, please. So as we talked about a little bit ago, an eligible PFSA can't have broadband service, so that's that 10 down, 1 up for anything other than satellite or mobile. Applicants should use all available resources to determine if broadband service exists there, including FCC data, information. There are maps in terms of areas that are covered by existing RUS borrowers or grantees available at that link. And new for this year, applications that we find to be otherwise eligible will go out for a public notice filing where potential service providers get an ability to provide a comment back indicating that they're there. For all of these things, the applicant has to do their due diligence. We won't take any of these things as determinative, but if an application goes through the process and looks to be otherwise eligible, we will send out field staff to visit the area that's applied for. And so an applicant has to be confident that they're not going to find 10-1 service, because if we do, it's a competitive program that will render the application ineligible. Next slide, please. In terms of eligible grant purposes, the first is the construction, acquisition, or leasing of facilities used to deploy service at 25.3 to all residents and businesses in the PFSA. If there are any buildings to be constructed with grant funds, that has to reside on property owned by the awardee, and any leasing costs will only be covered through the advance of funds period included in the award documents, and that is a 3-year period. Next slide, please. Purpose 2 is the improvement, expansion, construction, or acquisition of a community center and the provision of computer access points. Grant funds for the community center are limited to the lesser of 10% of the requested grant amount, or $150,000. Similar to the point on the last slide, if the community center is to be constructed with grant funds, the center must reside on property owned by the awardee, and the project must include funding for at least 2 and up to 10 computer access points to be used in the community center. And then the third eligible purpose is the cost of providing necessary bandwidth service to the essential community facilities for 2 years. Next slide, please. So funds may not be used to finance the duplication of any existing broadband service provided by other entities, and operating expenses are ineligible with the exception of the lease costs for facilities and costs for deploying broadband and bandwidth expenses to the essential community facilities. Next slide, please. Applicants do need to be registered in SAM and have made some financial certifications within SAM prior to applying. To do that, you do need to have a DUNS number. And so there's just some information here on how to start that process. Getting both a DUNS number and a SAM registration are both free. And so if you're not already registered in SAM and are even considering applying for Community Connect, you should get that process started because there is some time built into that. And if you're looking around on the internet and somebody's trying to charge you money, you're looking the wrong place. So try to go directly to both of them. There should be no cost realized. Next slide, please. So there is a matching contribution requirement for the program. So applicants have to provide a matching contribution, which is at least 15% of the grant amount being requested. Matching contributions cannot include any financial assistance from federal sources unless there is a federal statutory exception. And so we are aware that that exists sometimes, and if that is being relied upon, the applicant should provide a citation to that in their application. At the time of the closing of the award, the awardee must contribute or demonstrate available cash reserves in an account of the awardee equal to at least 15% of the grant. And so the matching contribution must be in the form of cash, and it's expected that it's going to be used to fund the operations of the project, things that the grant funds can't cover. Next slide, please. So new for this year, applications are submitted through a new electronic application system that we've developed, which is getting pushed into production. We will publish a notice of the opportunity in grants.gov, but it will refer applicants to our new system. And new for this year, we are not accepting hard copies anymore. We were already sort of moving away from that in this and our other programs, and the whole coronavirus situation has definitely reinforced that. So no more hard copy application submissions. Next slide, please. So there are SUTA provisions, substantially underserved trust area provisions that are new for the program this year because it got written into the Farm Bill and implemented. And so we can do those. The regulation for that governs is 7 CFR 1700. And so applicants, when they're applying, if it is for an area that qualifies for SUTA, can request any of the discretionary provisions that are listed on this. Some of them would not be applicable to a grant. I think the big ones would be the ability to waive match, and it is possible to waive non-duplication requirements, and we can also give priority to areas in SUTA areas. And so these are discretionary things, and so the applicant, when they are making these requests, should not hinge the eligibility of their project on getting that request granted, because obviously if for some reason the administrator doesn't approve that, then the application automatically fails. And so I think the most obvious way that would hit is if we were waiving match requirements. You could request that, but I would still, in your application, show your ability to meet that were you not to be successful in being granted that SUTA waiver. Next slide, please. So we can give technical assistance up until 15 days prior to the application window closing. And this year, the window is due to close on, it's going to be a 90-day window this year. We're expecting the window to close on December 23rd. And so up until 15 days prior to that, you can submit requests for technical assistance to us, and we will work with you. After that, it's not that we won't answer questions on an absolute basis. It's just we don't want, there needs to be some drop dead period, so we will try, but we're not promising anything after that 15 days. Next slide, please. So on our website, there will be all of these things posted tomorrow. So the FOA is not there yet, nor is the application guide. The regulation is. Next slide, please. Just, we're not going to get into any of these. This would be covered in the more detailed webinar that I talked about, but these are the elements of a completed application. So an applicant creates an application in that new online system that we have. They draw a map, and then they attach all of these various schedules. Next slide, please. In terms of scoring for the program, there are 3 scoring components. PFSA needs, they're all subjective scoring, by the way. PFSA needs is where up to 50 points are available. Stakeholder involvement, so community involvement, where up to 40 points are available. And management experience, where up to 10 points are available. Similar to last year, if any of you are familiar with the program and continued this year, applicants can submit more than one application. However, to kind of spread the wealth around a little bit, only one application per applicant can actually be awarded. So we will only consider the highest scoring application from any particular applicant. Next slide, please. This slide gets at the sort of a tie break, and so if there are 2 or more applications that have the exact same score that fall at the cutoff for where we run out of funding, these are the elements we encourage you to address in your application for breaking that tie. So persistent poverty counties, out-migration communities, the rurality, the speed of broadband service that's offered to the PFSA, SUTA areas that are within the PFSA, or community members with disabilities that will be served within the PFSA. Next slide, please. So in terms of review standards, applications have to be submitted by the due date, which is going to be 11:59 p.m. Eastern on December 23rd. Applications have to be eligible and complete. Applications must be technically and financially feasible. New for this fiscal year, fallen right at the cutoff. Sorry for the references to 2020. It's kind of both. Mapping information will be put out as a public notice filing for existing providers to contest the eligibility of an application. Any information that we receive will be verified and may be rejected if not found to be supportable. Applications that pass through all those steps will be evaluated competitively based on the 3 scoring components. Applications will be ranked and awarded in rank order until all grant funds are expended, and then we announce the awards. Next slide. And that's the end of Community Connect. Turn it over to Chris Proctor for ReConnect.
All right, thank you, Scott. Good afternoon and good morning, everyone. My name is Chris Proctor. I'm an analyst with USDA Telecommunications programs, and today I'll be discussing our newest broadband program, the ReConnect program. We'll touch on some program eligibility, some key program requirements, and then critical elements of the most recent funding opportunity announcement. Next slide, please. Here we have a list of all entities that are eligible to apply for the ReConnect program. You'll see it's very similar to the Community Connect eligible applicants. Only individuals and co-applicants are ineligible under the ReConnect program. You can see tribes, municipalities, for-profits, nonprofits, LLCs, co-ops, and mutual organizations are all considered eligible entities that can apply to receive ReConnect funding. Next slide, please. Under the ReConnect program, there are 3 different funding types: a 100% loan, a 50-50 grant loan combination where the grant amount must match the loan amount, and a 100% grant. There's some key similarities and differences between these 3 funding types. Starting with broadband build-out speed in the first row, we can see the minimum build-out speed across all 3 funding types is 25/30. So the proposed project must provide 25/3 service to all premises in their proposed funded service area. For the combo and 100% loan, there are incentives to provide, 100% grant. There are incentives to provide higher speeds, which I'll provide more detail on in a few slides. Moving down to terms, the max award amount for the loan and the combo are $50 million. The max award amount for the 100% grant is $25 million. The 100% loan is set at a 2% interest rate. The loan portion of the combo is a little different. The interest rate is set at the treasury rate when the drawdown is made from that loan portion. The 100% grant has a 25% cash match. SUTA was mentioned earlier, and SUTA does apply to this program. Unfortunately, statutorily, we cannot waive the cash match under this program, so that's the one SUTA provision that would not apply under ReConnect. The agency awards loans on a first-come, first-served basis. So for that 100% loan, there is no scoring criteria. The combo and the grants are scored, and then awards are made both based on the overall project score. And then lastly on this slide, the past 2 funding rounds, we've had $200 million available under each of these funding types. Next slide, please. Here are some elements of a complete application. An applicant must provide 1 year of unqualified, comparative, audited financials. Of course, a fully completed application. A timely build-out must be demonstrated under this program. A timely build-out is within 5 years. The applicant must demonstrate that the project is financially and technically feasible. 25/3 service must be provided to your entire proposed funded service area. All of those areas must be eligible under the program. And the award must be fully funded by the project. Next slide, please. Okay, so your proposed funded service area, this is the area where you're proposing to provide broadband service. We have a great mapping tool on our website and in our application system. This is where you can draw your PFSA. If you are an existing service provider, we'll also ask you to draw areas that you're currently serving. We call this your non-funded service area, or NFSA. But these are areas that you are not going to serve with the ReConnect funding, but it gives the agency a better idea of your entire operation. On your service area map, you can also see ineligible areas. These are areas that you should avoid. These are areas that RUS has funded in the past. These may be CAF 2 areas. These could be non-rural areas. And then you'll also see certain evaluation criteria later, which I'm going to come back to in a few slides to explain. Lastly, PFSAs do not need to be contiguous. They can have donut holes. You can have multiple PFSAs in different states, but each PFSA on a standalone basis must be eligible, meaning each PFSA cannot have access to 10-1 service. Next slide, please. Okay, so when we talk about unserved, our minimum requirement is that 90% of households do not have access to 10-1 service. We're not looking at institutions like hospitals or schools. We're only looking at households and whether those households are served or not. USDA conducts service area validations, or SAVs, and this is where we send staff to your proposed funded service areas to verify whether or not service exists. We don't rely on a single data set to determine if service exists. The SAV is the main determinant. And you can learn more about our SAV process by visiting the ReConnect website and navigating to the Forms and Resources section. Next slide, please. Here we have a list of eligible costs under the ReConnect program. Award funds can be used for construction or improvement of facilities. Certain pre-application expenses can be reimbursed. We can fund terrestrial-based facilities for satellite broadband service, and acquiring existing systems is eligible under 100% loan. but the acquisition cost cannot exceed more than 40% of the total loan amount. Next slide, please. Here we have some key network requirements. During this part of your application, you'll discuss your proposed technology, you'll provide a network diagram, you'll outline your project timeline and milestones, and you'll complete a capital investment workbook and a capital investment schedule. We do require a certified professional engineer provide a letter stating the project is feasible and can deliver the speeds being proposed. And we are technology neutral, so we will fund any type of project that is capable of delivering 25/3 service. Next slide, please. Here are some of our key financial requirements. This is by far the largest part of the application. We're going to be requesting historical financial data, current or bridge year financial data. We're also going to ask you to provide financial projections. What's important here is that you want to provide support for your financial projections, any assumptions that are made. That's better for the agency, so we don't have to make assumptions based on the financials that you're providing. Next slide, please. Here we have some key environmental considerations. Applicants have a number of resources they can consult to understand the potential environmental impacts of their project. We ask applicants to complete an environmental questionnaire for every piece of the construction process, whether it's building towers, laying fiber cables, or installing some sort of cabinet or building. We're going to ask if you're impacting any sort of federal land or protected farmland, or if you're going to be infringing on some sort of endangered species, things like that. So that's a really important thing to note on this slide. Next slide, please. Here's our scoring criteria. We award 25 points to the most rural communities. These are communities with a population density of 6 or less, and communities that are more than 100 miles from an urban area. We provide 1 point for every 10 farms served, up to 20 points. 20 points if your project provides 100 meg symmetrical service, so 100 meg up, 100 meg down. 1 point for each business, healthcare center, educational facility, and essential community facility served, up to 15 points for each of those categories. We award 5 points for opportunity zones, serving an opportunity zone, and 20 points for any state or broadband activity. And this is broken into 3 parts. There are 10 points if your state or tribe has a broadband plan that's been updated in the last 5 years. 5 points if your state or tribe does not restrict utilities from providing broadband service. And then 5 points if your state or tribe expedite environmental and right-of-way requirements. Next slide, please. So I touched on this a little bit. Our loans, we accept and review and award on a first-come, first-served basis. The combo and the grants, because there's a grant component, we take in those applications, we score them, and then we make the awards based on the highest scoring application. I mentioned the service area validation. You can find out more information on our website if you're really interested in digging into that a little deeper. And I won't repeat stuff that I've already mentioned. Next slide, please. Okay, so here's some resources that are available to you under round 1 and round 2 of the program. We did a number of outreach activities. We had workshops across the country, conducted dozens of webinars, created FAQs and fact sheets. A lot of information can be found on our website, reconnect.usda.gov. We also have a help desk, where you can contact us directly. You can find that on the ReConnect website. And lastly, I encourage folks to check out our Rural Development e-Connectivity Toolkit, where you can learn about our entire suite of programs that can assist with broadband deployment. You can find that toolkit at usda.gov/broadband. Next slide, please. Lastly, I'll just make a plug for our general field representatives, our GFRs. These are the telecom staff located across the country that are delivering our programs. I encourage you to visit our website, find out who your local GFR is, and reach out to that person. They can assist you with anything related to our telecom programs. Next slide, please. I know I covered a lot of information very quickly. Here's my contact information. If there are any questions, please feel free to reach out. I'm happy to assist. And with that, thank you. I'll turn things over now to Richard Anderson, who's going to discuss our DLT program.
Thank you, Chris, and good afternoon or good morning, depending on where you are. My name is Richard Anderson, and I'm the Grants Management Specialist who works to manage the Distance Learning Telemedicine Grant Program. And we've already had 2 application windows for the DLT program here during 2020. I'll talk about that a little bit as we get into some of the facts and figures. This is going to be sort of a compressed version of a DLT webinar. When we had our application windows, we had webinars, and on average, they lasted an hour and a half. You're going to get that same amount of information in 15 minutes. So obviously, it's going to be a little shorter, not as detailed, but we have plenty of program information available on our website if after getting a little taste today, you'd like to follow up and learn a little bit more. Next slide, please. So the information I'm going to share with you today this is a bit of a framework, a map for where we're going in the next few minutes. First, I'll go over the basics, and really that's going to be a lot of information, the general information about the Distance Learning Telemedicine Grant Program. Then we'll talk a little bit about the eligibility, the matching component, which we have just like we have in some of our other programs that you've already heard about, the scoring that we're using to allocate our award monies, a little bit about applying, and then some information about sources of assistance. Next slide, please. So since we are the Distance Learning and Telemedicine Grant Program, a couple of those key definitions are really important to understanding what it is we can fund and why the program exists at all. It's really about helping to equip projects so that distance learning and telemedicine services can be delivered. So what do we mean by distance learning? Well, by distance learning, we're talking about real-time interactive delivery of curriculum via telecommunications. I want to emphasize that real-time nature and the interactive nature of this communication. What distance learning is not is sort of equipping facilities so that students, regardless of age and type of learning, could log in and just view content that was posted and just do self-directed learning. There's a lot of such opportunities available on the internet, and that's a great resource. However, that's not really what we're talking about when we talk about distance learning. We're looking to use the communications technology, the broadband communications that exist, so that there can be video and audio interaction between students in one location and instructors, teachers in another location. Sometimes those instructors and teachers are in urban areas, oftentimes they're in rural areas, but they're in a different place than the students are. That's what makes it distance learning. Similarly, there are instances, as I mentioned, where we have rural-to-rural connections. But the real-time interactive nature is key to the process. Next slide, please. Similarly, on the telemedicine side, we're talking about the delivery of medical services of various types. But again, we're looking for a real-time interactive system that allows for patients and their providers to use the technology to bridge the barriers of distance. There are a lot of benefits that come to rural residents in this way, and there were a lot of advantages even before COVID-19 began to highlight the advantage of being able to work with a provider at a distant location. Sometimes that's important now, even within a community. But oftentimes in rural areas, there are a limited number or maybe no medical specialists for certain types of care. And through an interactive telecommunications link, the rural patient can be seen by specialists, can interact with specialists who might be hundreds of miles away without having to get in a car or some other mode of transportation in order to see that specialist in person. Next slide, please. So here's a few of the numbers for the DLT program. The funding that the program has been receiving has been increasing year over year. And this year, fiscal 2020, has been no exception. And with the adding of the CARES Act funding that we got partway through the fiscal year, we ended up with about $96 million that we could advertise as being available to our grant applicants. I mentioned that we had two different application windows. Our first application window was sort of our standard one. When we opened it, we thought it was going to be the only one. We had $71.7 million available, and we opened the application opportunity, a 60-day opportunity, February 10th, and it closed on April 10th. For that application opportunity, we were accepting applications through grants.gov, and the vast majority of our applications have come through grants.gov for the last few years. We also indicated that we would accept applications on paper for that round. We were telling people at that time, as part of the notice, the funding opportunity announcement, that this was going to be the last time we accepted paper applications because there's an inefficiency with paper in terms of the timing of when we received the applications, and very few applicants were using that mechanism anyhow. In fact, of the 276 applications we received in that window, only 6 came in on paper. 276 applications were received for $155.9 million. So despite the fact that we had $71.7 million available, we clearly had a lot more demand than we had supply. We've just been getting to the end of working with the applications that we got in the first application window, and some awards are being made, and we expect that there'll be an announcement of those awards quite soon. But we're also starting to work through the applications we got for our second application window. Now, those second application window awards won't be made until later this calendar year because we're still working through what we got. We got 534 applications requesting $254.4 million, so almost twice as many applications as we got in the first round. We announced at the time of the second application window, which was a 90-day period, opened April 14th, closing July 13th, that we would accept applications only through grants.gov. We also said that the amount of funding we could absolutely promise to applicants would be available was $24.25 million that was CARES Act money, as well as any carryover from window 1, although it's not likely there will be because the demand was so strong. However, we also said in that application window that if the agency has some additional funds that are made available for the DLT program before the awards are made, there would be the opportunity to use that same pool of applicants for those additional funds. So we're expecting to have some more monies beyond that $24.25 million to apply to this very large pool of applications. We have a 15% matching requirement. I'll say a little bit more about that in a moment. We also have a minimum and maximum grant amount. For years, the minimum for this program, minimum grant amount has been $50,000, but as late as fiscal 19, the maximum was $500,000. For this year, we raised that maximum to $1 million, and that's a reflection of the fact that we've been getting some additional funding, and there are some larger projects that need more money in order to be viable. So we wanted to make the program able to serve some of those projects, particularly if they're high scoring. Next slide, please. So let's talk a little bit about eligibility. Two aspects of eligibility, an applicant eligibility and a project eligibility. What can we fund? But first of all, whom can we fund? Well, our applicant eligibility is pretty much the same as what Scott Steiner had laid out for the Community Connect program a few moments ago. Incorporated organizations, tribes and tribal organizations, state and local units of government, and by the way, that includes state universities because sometimes there's been a bit of confusion on that point. And also, we can fund a consortium that's laid out in our regulation and other legal entities, and that includes limited liability companies. Really, the only entities that we cannot fund are individuals and partnerships. Next slide, please. So what are the purposes that we can fund? Well, this is first and foremost an equipment-focused program. Despite the fact that there is a 3-year period for the project to be deployed and the grant funds to be drawn down, we are focused on getting the equipment so that the project will work. What the grant funds do not fund is the operation side of the project. Instead, it's all about getting the equipment, software necessary in order to make the project work. So you can acquire that equipment by lease or purchase, and broadband facilities can be funded by the grant, provided that they are owned by the applicant after the construction is complete, and it can't use more than 1/5 of the grant, 20% of the grant. The grant can also pay for some instructional programming, provided it's a capital asset. What it can't fund on the instructional programming side is just an ongoing subscription fee that's being used to provide access to some sort of programming that's developed by somebody else, because that becomes more of an operational expense. It's not a capital asset. It's not something that's owned by the applicant. And also, the grant can fund some technical assistance and instruction, but the key for that is that it has to be provided by a third party, not provided by the grantee itself, and no more than 10% of the grant can be used for that purpose. One thing I want to say about broadband facilities, and I can say it while we're on the next slide, so please go to the next slide. The broadband facilities, I had mentioned that they have to be applicant-owned. Sometimes when people are putting together a project, if one or more of the locations that need a broadband access in order for the project to work, and it doesn't have it right now, sometimes folks will reach out to a broadband provider to see about getting service. And if the provider is in the vicinity but might be a few miles away, sometimes the provider will offer to provide service, but if and only if a big fee is paid up front for the connection. Sometimes, depending on the distance, it could be $10,000, $20,000, something along those lines. Well, if that kind of charge is what the applicant is putting into a project budget, that isn't something that can be funded by the grant. And the reason is those facilities aren't going to get owned by the applicant itself. Instead, that's a fee that's being paid to a provider to make a connection. But that fiber line or whatever kind of connection is being established by the provider is going to be owned by the provider, not by the applicant. We can't fund that. Things we can fund are computer hardware and software, all sorts of inside wiring. This program is heavy into equipment as well as the software to make that equipment work. Audio and video equipment is a key to most of these projects because, as I mentioned at the outset, we're looking to have some sort of interactive arrangement whereby students can see their teachers and hear them and vice versa, and the same thing with patients interacting with providers. There can be other types of electronic interaction, particularly on the student side. There might be computers that allow the students' work to be viewed by a teacher. On the medical side, there is specialized equipment that allows data to go back and forth to the provider from the patient side. So it isn't limited simply to audio and video equipment. Any equipment that can be funded by the grant, though, must have as its predominant purpose the distance learning or telemedicine project. If someone's setting up a rural clinic that's going to connect digitally or electronically to a major hospital, we understand that standard medical equipment like a bed for the patient and exam chairs and so forth are necessary, but those aren't really telemedicine equipment per se. Those are just standard medical equipment. That wouldn't meet the definition, that 50% telemedicine use. Next slide, please. So ineligible grant purposes, I already said if it's not telemedicine distance learning as its essential function, not going to be able to do it. The EMR systems, electronic medical records, we can't pay for those. And most important, salaries, administrative, operating, recurring expenses. All that expenses, all those costs of paying staff and running the project after it's built cannot be funded by the grant. And what we have kind of a catch-all. If we don't say we can fund it in 1734.21, we can't. Next slide, please. Matching contribution for almost all applicants as 15% of the amount required. There is a special exception under law for projects from American Samoa, Guam, the Virgin Islands, and the Northern Mariana Islands. But everybody else has to provide a matching component. And I've highlighted the most important thing about matching. Matching can only be for a purpose that can otherwise be eligible for grant funding. If the grant can't pay for it, you can't call it match if you're going to pay for it. Sometimes people make that mistake, and that's going to cause us a problem. Most of the time, cash is the vehicle that people use for matching contributions. In-kind is possible, but in-kind is only about stuff, assets, hard materials. In-kind does not include services that the applicant might say, well, I'll just pay for that service. No, that effectively is a cash contribution, where if it's technical assistance from a third party that can be paid for, not from in-house staff, because that would be the impermissible salaries and expenses, then it can be paid for, but it doesn't really matter whether it's the matching contribution or the grant contribution. So that's why we just say just kind of pool that in as cash. Next slide, please. Scoring is what really determines the funding here. There's 110 points possible. 80 points are for objective criteria. How rural is the project? Rurality. The economic need, and that's based on the small area income poverty estimates from the Census Bureau. And also special consideration points. Up to 10 points can be awarded. It's really either on or off. You either get the 10 points or you don't. You can get it for STEM projects, for projects that deal with opioid or substance use disorder issues, or for projects in opportunity zones. If you qualify for 2 or 3 of these, it doesn't matter. You still can only get the 10 points. On the rurality side, if there's not a minimum rurality score by our metrics of 20 points, the project's not rural enough for us to fund it all. Subjective criteria, that's where you discuss the needs and benefits, and up to 30 points can be obtained through that. That really deals with the need for the project, the benefits of the project, and the documented community involvement and preparation. Next slide, please. Applications, as I said, everything's through grants.gov. I didn't provide any particular dates at this time because we don't have an application window open at this time. When we next open it, that'll be announced at that time. Cutoff is always going to be midnight, the date of application. And through grants.gov, all we really get is the SF-424. Everything else that our application entails is attached to it electronically and sent to us. Just like in Community Connect, SAM.gov registration, it has to be done before application and must include the financial assistance certifications and representations. Next slide. And these are just sources of assistance. There's the link to the DLT site so you can see information. You can see the most recent application guide. It's not for a current application window, but it gives guidance because the program tends to be pretty stable year over year. As has been said in other programs, our general field representatives are always an asset, and we have provided the link to the listing of them. And we have a DLT information mailbox. You can always call in if you want general information, even when we're out of cycle as we are right now in terms of application. Next slide, please. All right, and I will turn it back over to Ted and the rest.
Thank you, Richard. Up last is our General Field Representative, Brian Smith. And so we will swing down to the southwestern United States in the Phoenix, Arizona area to hear from Brian. Brian?
Hey, good afternoon. Good morning, everyone. Still morning here. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I am the General Field Representative for Arizona and New Mexico, and I am had the privilege of working with a lot of tribal entities during that time, and I'm just going to talk to you about a quick overview of our telecommunications infrastructure and our broadband loan programs and how SUTA can fit into those. Next slide, please. One more there. Our telecommunications infrastructure loan and loan guarantee program, basically this is a loan program that offers financial assistance to your eligible service providers that are going to improve or construct or expand telecommunications and broadband in rural areas. These are generally, eligible applicants could be a public body, a cooperative, a nonprofit, state or local or tribal government, federally recognized tribes. The big thing is that for this program, you need to be an eligible telecommunications carrier. And so this one is good if you're maybe in a position where you're considering taking over existing plant from maybe a telco that hasn't been providing the service that you would like, or you want to work out something with them to serve the community better. Next slide, please. These funds are used for new construction, improvements, expansions, acquisitions. Say you want to acquire a existing telco and become the provider, you could use that. You could refinance some outside existing debt as long as it doesn't exceed 40% of the loan amount. And I'll give you some examples here. Ted really wanted me to focus on this for you. And some of the providers that we've had that have done this are Mescalero Apache Telecom. They took over the existing telecommunications provider that was there. They got a loan from RUS to do that and upgrade the plant that was there. They also, in their second loan, were able to come in and add existing improvements, and they were able to use the SUTA provision for that and get a 2% interest rate to upgrade their systems. Sacred Wind is another one who came in and acquired a existing telco and built out an improved service and really expanded service to more people on the Navajo Nation. And they are on their second loan right now, which they were also able to. Now, they're not tribally owned, but because they're serving a tribal area, they were able to get SUTA as well and a 2% interest rate. And now they're just continuing to improve service out there in the Navajo Nation. They did a fiber connection all the way to Albuquerque to make sure that they had unlimited capacity for the people out there. Next slide, please. The Telecommunications Instructure Loan Program, it's really the maturity and the life of the facilities plus 3 years is what's going to be your loan term. Under SUTA, you do have a provision of possibly extending that as a provision in SUTA. That would be determined or could be requested when you make application. There's a 2-year principal deferral, and loan components come in and are active as you draw down the funds. So once you receive the funds, then the loan period begins. The GFRs, we get highly involved in your loan application. We're there with you. We'll walk you through it. You know, as you bring your different parties together, from the financial backing to the engineering design on your engineers, and we'll help you put your entire package together. We'll review it before you submit it and do our best to make sure that you have the smoothest application possible. And, you know, we've been doing this. We do this. We'll work with you. And we're there. We're there to answer all your questions along the way. Next slide, please. And again. This program right here is the broadband loan program. It was on a little brief hiatus, and we're hoping it'll be back in the next fiscal year. This program is similar to a certain extent to the infrastructure program, except for a few little minor changes. Basically, it offers financial assistance to eligible applicants that are going to construct, improve, or acquire facilities and equipment needed to provide service at broadband lending speed. So it's not about phone service and broadband. It's about broadband service. And so basically you could be providing better service than an existing provider that's already in there and bringing the speeds posted in the FOA up to the current broadband speed, which right now is 25.3, but that would be announced when the FOA comes out. And basically the same kind of applicants as we've been talking about, corporation, an LLC, cooperative, state or local government, or a federally recognized tribe can apply for this program. and SUTA could also be used in this program to bring your interest rate down. Next slide, please. The eligible areas in this must be completely contained within a rural area, or they could be composed of multiple rural areas. Basically, the way this one works, as in ReConnect, you had 90% must be unserved. In this program, it allows for more competitive service because it says actually at least 15% of the households and the proposed area must not have access to broadband service as defined in the most recent funding announcement, or FOA. No part of the proposed service area may have 3 or more incumbent service providers. So, you know, we understand you might have some competition and you're looking to provide better service. That's okay in this program as long as there's not three or more in there. And then no part of the proposed area that you're going to provide service in can be the area of a current RUS borrower or guarantee. We don't like to compete with ourselves. So that would be a requirement for this program. Next slide, please. The loan purposes are, again, as we've been seeing here consistently, the construction, improvement, and acquisition of facilities required to provide the service at the broadband lending speed. Again, that's based upon the FOA, so it is subject to change, but right now we do want the FCC is at 25.3, and that's what most of our programs are going for right now, or all of them really at this point. This program does have a provision for refinancing some existing RUS debt. This is something new to the program, so once the announcement comes out and things are more set in stone here, you'll be learning more about that as we all become more familiar and aware with that, and aware of that. And it'd be something that could be discussed with your general field representative. There also is a possibility to acquire existing plant and service from another provider with certain restrictions. In general, the loan terms are limited to, again, the expected composite economic life of the assets being financed plus those 3 years. You could use SUTA on this, and you might be able to get extended terms. And the interest rates are also set as times funds are advanced, but again, you could also request SUTA and get an interest rate as low as 2%. Next slide, please. So this is my contact information, and I wanted to just let you know that if you're a tribal entity or you're assisting a tribal entity and they want to do something like this, we have had a lot of tribal borrowers here in Arizona and New Mexico. We had Tona Odom down by the Arizona-Mexico border, and they have used both our infrastructure program and they have also used our electric and water programs as well, but they were able to use stimulus funds, and they have fiber going all over the reservation down there. We've also had Hopi Telecommunications up north in northern Arizona, and they have recently were actually awarded a SUTA loan, so 2% interest rate to build out existing fiber in their service area. Mescalero Apache has used our program. Stated Sacred Wind has used our program, and also San Carlos Apache Telecommunications has used our program as well. And, you know, regarding the other programs that have been on here, distance learning telemedicine, Community Connect, lots of tribal entities have taken advantage of these programs and used them. And if you have something, a certain program that maybe you're considering, shoot me an email and I'll put you in contact with someone. If I have someone who's used that program that was tribal, I'm more than happy to try and put you in contact with someone familiar with that program that's used it and can maybe help save you some time and give you some advice on a personal level to assist you, because most of the ones here in Arizona and New Mexico are willing to do that. And again, thank you for your time and appreciate it.
Thank you, Brian. And that's the end of our presentation, Stephanie. I saw some questions queuing up in the chat, at least 3 of them, so we can start with those, but maybe the operator can ask 4 questions online and remind us if we have just a few minutes or if we're going till 11 or 1:30 Eastern Time on this session.
You've got about 5 more minutes or so, so I think we have time for a couple of questions. Operator, if you could open the line, and then once you do that, we'll take a couple questions off the chat.
Absolutely. Participants, to ask a question over the phone line, please unmute your phone and press *1 to enter the queue. Those questions do take a few moments to queue up. Thank you.
There's a couple about existing service that I'll ask our colleagues, but I'll start with this meaty one about middle mile because that's been a challenge for rural development as well as other federal partners that can fund that type of middle mile project. So the question is the USDA funding rural areas with no middle mile broadband access, like rural areas not on the road system in Alaska? Seems like satellite, GEO, HTS is the only economical and realistic way, but there appears to be no way to fund this kind of middle mile only fiber and microwave. So I don't know, Scott or Chris or Brian, one of you field that question?
Hey, Ted, this is Chris. I will just mention under the ReConnect program, we're technology neutral, so we can fund any sort of technology that will provide that 25.3 minimum build-out speed. Under ReConnect, we can fund middle mile, but we also have to make sure that that project is going to reach the end user. So the project can't solely be middle mile, but if middle mile is a part of the project, that is acceptable. But it needs to be necessary to reach, the end users, the households, and the different facilities that are a part of that project.
Yeah, and this is Scott Steiner. On Community Connect, it's similar. So we can fund a middle mile component to a project, and we are also technology neutral. And it hasn't been done in a number of years, but there was a Community Connect project in Alaska, middle 2000s, that did satellite backhaul. It was a pretty remote island. And so that is possible.
Thank you. Brian or Richard, do you want to add anything?
No, I think that was pretty good. Maybe in the future there might be something that's strictly middle mile. I know there's some language might allow for it in the future, but nothing's been written that's going to cover middle mile only at this time.
This is back to go ahead, Richard.
No, I was just concurring with what was said. The issue is that with limited dollars, our programs do tend to focus on making sure that the service gets all the way to the subscriber, which is why, as Chris mentioned, even when we have an opportunity to fund middle mile, we still want to make sure that it's connecting through to end users if we're going to be funding.
There's a couple of questions about existing service, so let's do one of those, and then we'll go on to see if anyone's online with a question. So what if this is back during ReConnect specifically, but it is applicable to all our programs. What if there's an ISP who claims to offer up to 10.1, but in fact never achieves those speeds?
Hi, this is Chris. I present on ReConnect. I would say that we want you to be 100% confident that that area does not have access to 10.1 service, just because if you submit your application, that ISP can then challenge the area that you have submitted that you want to serve. So any documentation that they provide, we will take that into consideration when we go out and do our service area validation. But if you are correct and there is actually not 10.1 service in the area you're proposing to serve, that's something that we would find during our service area validation, and then we would make that award if all the requirements for the program are met and there is not 10.1 service. So just because an ISP is claiming to provide 10.1 service, that's not enough for us to say, okay, your application is not eligible.
Thanks, Chris. Maybe we can take a question from the line and see if there's any existing times.
I think we have time for one question from the phone queue.
Okay.
We don't have anybody queued up on the phone line at this time.
Well, that's good. There's one last question which is related about existing service. A little bit different. It doesn't talk about speed, but what if there's a local ISP already in existence? Can a local tribal entity apply for this funding? Once again, that was asked during ReConnect. and it's applicable to other programs. So maybe start with Chris and Scott, then Brian, and then we'll be done.
Yeah, with ReConnect, it's fine if there's an existing ISP in the area, but the area you're proposing to serve, they cannot be serving that area. And so just keep in mind, any area that is funded through ReConnect funds cannot have access to 10.1 service. So just be sure that the ISP is not serving that area.
Yeah, it's similar for Community Connect. I mean, I think I understood from the question that they weren't providing 10.1. So if they're not providing 10.1, we wouldn't consider that.
And I should add, in the broadband loan program, which we're expecting to come out in 2020 sometime, that one actually there was a change. It's not 85% unserved, it's 50% unserved. So if they serve less than 50%, there would be an opportunity to use that program possibly to come in and serve in that area as well as a tribal entity. So that might be something you might want to look at in the future when that program, FOA, does come out. But I put my PowerPoint said 85% or 85% unserved, I think it was, and it should be 50% unserved.
Well, thanks, Brian. Stephanie, I just want to thank Department of Interior, FCC, NTIA, IMLS, and Department of Ed for partnering with us on this summit. It's been a pleasure to present program information today, answer questions. Please follow up with us if you have additional questions. We're going to have some speakers throughout the remainder of the week. So on Thursday, our Administrator Chad Roop will be on the Future of Broadband panel with other principals from other agencies. So hopefully you can tune into that session as well. We'll be involved in the listening session, listening to concerns on Thursday afternoon. Richard Anderson, who's on today's panel, is going to be on the COVID-19 panel tomorrow morning. So thank you, Richard, for pulling double duty. And that concludes our presentation. I want to provide a couple remarks just about our next speakers. We enjoy working with our friends and colleagues at Ameren, so I hope you all can listen to their presentation, which is coming up right after ours. Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you. That was really great. And now let's go ahead and turn to our colleagues at Ameren for their presentation. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Stephanie. This is Irene Flannery with Ameren Critical Infrastructure. I'd like to thank the sponsors for including us in today's presentation, today's summit presentation. What I'm going to do is turn to each of my colleagues so we can briefly introduce ourselves. So I am going to, if we just stay on this first slide for now, and I'm going to turn it over to Jeffrey Blackwell.
Hey, Jay, Chukma, Sohoshaphat Jeffrey Blackwell. Good morning, and thank you to the Department of Interior. I work as the Chief Strategy Officer and General Counsel for Ameren Risk Management Corporation. We are not at all a well-known company nationwide, but we are certainly a household name in Indian country. We are essentially Indian country's insurance company, and in property alone, Ameren insures about $14 billion in infrastructure in Indian country, including about half the tribal radio stations, lots of IT and telecom infrastructure that's out there. Some of the stuff that the very kind Ted Bulow and the gentleman from the Department of Agriculture built in Indian country. About 4 years ago, our board of directors asked us to create a business that would give back to Indian country by not just ensuring infrastructure, but by building it, helping tribes build. So I'm on today with the ladies from Ameren Critical Infrastructure. I've been involved in tribal telecom for over 2 decades, both as a federal regulator, as a tribal business manager, and as an attorney. I co-chair the Technology and Telecommunications Subcommittee of the National Congress of American Indians, and the parent committee to that subcommittee, the Economic, Finance, and Community Development Committee of NCAI. I also have the honor to serve as the Vice President of the Tribal Advisory Body to the American Indian Policy Institute at Arizona State. It's a real honor and pleasure to be included today in In particular, I want to say a big thanks for the focus on tribally owned networks that our federal partners are hosting today. Mado, thank you. Irene?
Yes, thanks, Jeff. And I do want to thank Ted as well, who has we've known for a long time, and all of his great work at the Department of Agriculture and Rural Development. Thank you for that shout out and introduction. Again, I'm Irene Flannery. I am the Director of Ameren Critical Infrastructure. We are located here in New Mexico on the Santa Ana Pueblo. Just by way of a little bit of background about me, I spent 14 years at the Federal Communications Commission, 2 different tours of duty. Back in the early days of universal service, back from 1995 to 2000, and then again from 2008 to 2016. During my first tour of duty, I had the privilege of working on the original E-rate team and helping to write the original E-rate rules, as well as working closely with Jeff back in the day. We shared time at the commission 2 different times, but in helping to develop the Tribal Lifeline program. During my second tour of duty, I spent the last 5.5 years as Deputy Chief of the FCC's Office of Native Affairs and Policy. In between my 2 tours of duty at the FCC, I spent 7 years as an executive at USAC, the Universal Service Administrative Company. And so I have been in both in the telecom realm and in the tribal telecom realm for a number of years now. And now I'd like to pass it on to Ejal Casa-Peralta, who is our newest team member at Ameren Critical Infrastructure.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having us on. My name is Ejal Casa-Peralta. I'm the project manager at Ameren Critical Infrastructure. And as Irene mentioned, I'm the newest team member. But I have quite some experience in broadband access issues. I spent about 8 years as a federal broadband policy analyst, working in nonprofits, particularly focused on rural broadband access. And then I went to law school, inspired by amazing attorneys like we have on the panel. And I started my legal career at the American Indian Law Program at the University of Colorado Law School. And now I'm excited to be an Ameren.
Great. Thank you, Ejal. If we could move to the next slide, we will go ahead and get started with our presentation. This slide gives you a sense of kind of the scope of our presentation, in that bringing broadband deployment to tribal lands, there is no such thing as one size fits all. In fact, we like to say that it's more like one size fits none. During the course of the Tribal Broadband Summit this week, you'll be hearing about lots of different approaches to bringing broadband to tribal communities. And I think one of the big takeaways here is there is no cookie-cutter approach. How your tribal nation proceeds in bringing broadband to your community is based on your unique circumstances and the goals and challenges that are specific to your tribe. But today, what we hope to do in this presentation is to provide you with 3 strategies as you plan and implement broadband deployment to your tribe, to your tribal nation. We're hoping that this will be an interactive presentation, that once we walk through our slide deck and through our remarks, we welcome any and all questions that you may have today. So if we could go to the next slide. This is just a high-level overview of the 3 strategies that we'll be talking about today. First, creative spectrum use. Second, leveraging federal subsidies, and we'll be focusing, there has been, I know the panel previous to us talked a great deal about USDA and the programs that they have in terms of funding tribal broadband. We will be focusing on federal subsidies at the FCC at a fairly high level. And then third is the role of tribal governments. So if we could advance to the next slide, I am going to pass the mic to Jeff.
So this is a slide that really just presents some of the basic information associated with the federal data on the digital divide in Indian country. It's a digital divide that used to be very black and white 20 years ago. It focused mostly on telephone service. but over the last 20, and that term digital divide was coined even before the word broadband really came into the national lexicon. You fast forward 20 years, and there have been different programs, different priorities, different administrations, both at the federal level and the tribal level, that have focused on a number of solutions. And what we have 20 years later is a very complex digital divide in Indian country. I challenge anybody actually living in Indian country to take a look at these numbers and see what they feel like. See if this is what Indian country, broadband access in Indian country really feels like. I'm going to offer some thoughts later in the presentation and some policy program thoughts. But one of the major challenges in overcoming the digital divide with the United States, our federal partners, has always been actually accurately defining the problem. There's a lot out there right now that I encourage the participants to educate themselves about the National Broadband Map and the weaknesses of that map. Essentially, we lack sufficient data on the problem in Indian country. And you just heard a reference to, in the answer to a question from USDA, about making sure about the level of deployment to even be qualified to apply for USDA programs. This is certainly true of some of the FCC programs that we're going to talk about later in this panel. But in short, the National Broadband Map, it really doesn't reflect the reality of the deployment of broadband on the ground in Indian country. And it's not just that the map is wrong, it's how the map is wrong. It is not driven and developed from the granular level, from the grassroots upwards. It is largely industry-reported data. And while now, opposed to 10 years ago, there is some element of double-checking it, it really is not a map that's been developed in concert with tribal nations. So the reality from one side of a reservation, one side of a pueblo or colony to another side can be very different, and the deployment throughout an entire area of tribal lands can be wildly different from one side to the other. The other thing that I'll say about the broadband access data is that it really does not reflect, while it reflects speed, it doesn't necessarily reflect cost. And as former economic regulators, and all three of us, including Jael, she's very polite. She also worked at the FCC for a period of time. We've all worked in the federal, in one of the federal agencies that regulate, the federal agency that regulates providers. We simply need better data, especially in the face of new efforts that are going forward that we heard the chairman talk about, Chairman Pai talk about yesterday, for instance, like the RDOF, the Rural Development Opportunity Fund. This continues to be a primary need for Indian country, better broadband access data. So next slide, please. If we could go to the next slide. Okay, so this is information. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. We need to go back one. So this is a slide that highlights, just provides a few bullet point highlights of a very important study that recently came out from Arizona State University, the American Indian Policy Institute. It's a tribal technology assessment. I encourage everybody to read it. Please take a look at it. It was created with a wonderful academic discipline, and these are reference points and percentages that probably resonate with those who live in Indian country. That if you take a look across these bullet points, you'll see a lot of mobility use. You'll see a lot of use that's predicated on wireless. And without knowing the details on the ground, one would think, well, that's probably okay. That's probably trending in the right direction. The reality is, and we'll talk a little bit more about this later, and to pick up on something that was also another question in the previous panel, one of the reasons why, and this study revealed it, one of the reasons why Indian country uses mobile services is not just because we have highly mobile communities, folks who go from home to town for jobs and for services, but also because we really do lack middle mile fiber across rural and tribal America. About 10 years ago, a small group of folks did a study and revealed that we probably lack somewhere around 8,000 miles of middle mile fiber from the large fiber trunks to locations within Indian country that would make the types of last mile deployments that so much of our federal funding is predicated on, would make those so much more relevant. So I encourage you to read the Tribal Technology Assessment. It is actually the second study. The principal author, Tracy Morris from Arizona State University, also authored along with Sasha Meinrath of then at the New America Foundation, and under the purview of Native Public Media, authored the original, very first quantitative and qualitative study of deployment on tribal lands, and that was about 10 years ago. And if you take a look at those two studies, and they're both linked on the ASU website, you'll really bring yourself to a position where you understand more about the variance in development over time and get a picture of how broadband is used and accessed in Indian country. So thank you very much. Could you go to the next slide, and I'll turn this back to Irene.
Thanks, Jeff. And now we're actually going to turn to Ejal to discuss strategy number 1.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, and with that, information about broadband access in Indian country, our presentation really wants to focus on then what are some strategies the tribal government can take advantage of to build tribally owned networks, right? Because the solution is coming from within. And so, one way to extend internet access is to use the airwaves. And using the airwaves allows license holders and tribal governments to provide wireless internet service. And so this is where the 2.5 gigahertz tribal priority window really shines as a unique opportunity, although unfortunately closed, it's worth mentioning. So 2.5 gigahertz is a spectrum, it's a piece of the spectrum, and it's a piece of the airwaves that can help license holders provide high-speed wireless broadband service. So this part of the airwaves really allows you to build internet service in a community. To get a license to use the airwaves, typically companies have to bid in an auction, so that it's a highest bidder situation. Whenever a portion of the airwaves becomes available by the federal government, companies bid for a license in that specific portion of the airwaves. What the 2.5 gigahertz tribal priority window did is that it presented a really unique, not before happened opportunity, a once in a generation opportunity that made these spectrum license in the 2.5 portion of the airwaves available to federally recognized tribes free of cost. So now that, qualifying eligible federally recognized tribes were able to get a license, a really valuable license, without having to participate in an auction. So like we said, federally recognized tribes, Alaska Native villages, and Hawaiian homelands in rural areas were able to take advantage of this tribal priority window. What this allowed them is to get a license without having to go through the auction, and to just say, hey, this is we qualify for this license, and we want to be able to use it. So the priority window was open between February 3rd and August 3rd initially. As we all know, that was the time when COVID really took off across our nation and severely impacted all tribal nations. So for the majority of the window, tribes were busy responding to COVID, really preoccupied with making sure that communities were healthy. And so there was a strong effort to advocate for an extension of that window. Unfortunately, we only got, the FCC only allotted for 30 days of extension, so the window officially closed on September 2nd. So the beginning of this month is when tribes were able, qualifying tribes were able to apply for this license. And I believe, the FCC created a website where you could track applications and you could see who was applying for licenses and where, and there were over 400 applications submitted. However, there are 574 federally recognized tribes, so not every tribe was able to apply during the window. And it didn't include state-recognized tribes or tribes that had whose land was in an urban area. So though the window presented a unique opportunity, it was not an opportunity that was actually available to all tribes in the United States or all indigenous peoples in the United States. And the reason why this window or this license, this use of spectrum, this unique strategy, it's really important. It goes back to tribal sovereignty, and we can go to the next slide, please. And so what is possible with obtaining a spectrum license and obtaining a license in this 2.5 segment of the airwaves is that first it puts, having a license puts tribes in control of that portion of the airways over their land. So that allows the tribe now is making decisions about how to build and when and where to build a wireless network that truly does connect their community. They don't have to wait for somebody else to come and tell them how to expand the wireless network. Now they're in control. They're driving the connectivity, the wireless connectivity over their lands. Another reason why this is really important and why this goes back to tribal sovereignty is that for the tribe, if a tribe did not apply for the license during the window, then the spectrum over their lands is now going to be auctioned to a highest bidder. So the FCC still allocates spectrum licenses via auction. This was the unique time. Hopefully it's not the last time, but it was the first time that the FCC said tribes can come and get this license. They get first dibs, but if they don't claim the license, it goes up to the general public. General companies can bid for a license over their own land. So again, this strategy really goes back to putting the tribes having control of how wireless service is deployed using this specific part of the airwaves over their land. They get to decide how to allocate channels for different purposes. If they have a lot of spectrum available, they can dedicate some of it for education purposes, some of it for public safety, some of it for tribal government purposes. So it really is an opportunity for tribes to envision what kind of wireless networks they want to build and for what purposes, and they are the ones that decide that. It also allows tribes an opportunity to partner with an existing internet provider. If a tribe did not want to become the internet provider in that land, they can use this license to team up with an existing carrier in their area and figure out how to collaborate to build a wireless network. The other really important component of how this unique use of spectrum goes back to tribal sovereignty is that not only did it put the tribe in control of the airwaves and of the wireless service, but it actually, the license is a really valuable economic asset. As we mentioned earlier, the FCC auctions off these licenses, which means that when you are the license holder, you have exclusive right of use of that spectrum. So having the license protects you from anybody else using that piece of the airwave. And you also get, the license holder gets to lease the spectrum if they want to. And they don't have to lease all of it, but they get to lease a section of it, or they get to lease, a component of it. Licenses are pretty valuable. Spectrum licenses are pretty valuable. They're the backbone of how you build wireless networks. So the opportunity to have this license provided an additional economic asset to qualifying tribal entities. So that's a little bit of a deep dive. Now what's happening on 2.5 is that, as we said, the FCC closed the window on September 2nd. The FCC has released the first batch of applications that have met the initial review. They have not granted licenses yet. They've just said that about 127 of the applications received seem to be okay. They have the sufficient information that is needed for review, and the public can comment on those potential licensees. The public can submit a petition to deny, say that we don't want this license to be granted, and the license holder can file opposition. So this process of public comment has opened for the first 127 applications. But like we said, there were over 400 applications submitted, so there will be more batches of applications pertaining to specific licensing opportunity. And now we're going to pass it on to Irene for the next strategy.
Thank you. If we could just go to the next slide. During the course of the summit this week, there are a number of panels, and I know that there were a couple of panels yesterday talking about different sources of federal funding. We're going to focus on the FCC federal subsidy programs here, and we've been talking quite a bit about wireless service through 2.5, and Jeff made reference to long-haul fiber, middle-mile fiber, which we'll discuss in greater details as we move a little further along. But what you may notice for those of you that have the video component here, those orange coils may look very familiar. That's the conduit in which fiber is placed when it is trenched into the ground. So we are going to advance to the next slide and talk about the federal subsidy programs through the FCC. So if we could go to the next slide. Great, thank you. The good thing about the federal subsidies is that when they work, they advance tribal sovereignty in the form of helping to fund tribally owned broadband networks. Each of these programs, and I know that each of these programs will be discussed in different contexts throughout different panels, but each of these programs has great potential, but the reality is that none of them was written with tribal nations in mind. So there are definitely limitations to these programs. When they work very well, but when they don't work, they provide additional challenges on tribal lands. The development of these programs doesn't necessarily take into account tribal economics. So what tribes are often forced to do is to build their own networks. So if we start first with the Lifeline program, and the Lifeline program, as I know was discussed yesterday as well, is the FCC's program that was created back in 1983, the original Lifeline program, to help low-income consumers receive affordable telephone service. And I'll focus on the word affordable. The Lifeline program was and always has been about affordability. In recent years, the emphasis has focused more on broadband, but it's still an affordability program, not an infrastructure program. The hope back when the Tribal Lifeline, this is the only program that has a specific tribal component, although each of the other programs has at different times different tribal aspects to it. But there is a Tribal Lifeline program which provides an additional subsidy for low-income households on tribal lands. The hope back when the Tribal Lifeline program was created back in 2000 was, again, the emphasis is on affordability, but the hope was that maybe it would encourage infrastructure build-out. That was not the primary focus, never was, of the Lifeline program. That never happened. The program did not incentivize build-out on tribal lands in the way that some hoped maybe it would. One of the challenges associated with the Lifeline program today is what the FCC was trying to do in limiting eligibility for the Tribal Lifeline program to only those tribal communities located on rural lands. The affordability issue exists whether a tribal community is located in a rural area or is located in an urban area. The high cost program, that's a program that has been around since 1983. back when Ma Bell broke up, back in the time of divestiture, and it's a corporate subsidy program. Now, the most prominent tribal component of high cost was the Tribal Mobility Fund, which was a program that provided money specifically for the build out of wireless services on tribal lands. Unfortunately, only one or two tribally owned providers was actually able to access the Tribal Mobility Fund back when that was available. The E-rate program, again, has wonderful potential, has done wonderful things. You'll be hearing, there is a panel I know later this week that will focus on E-rate funded build out to tribal libraries in the state of New Mexico and schools as well. Again, it is a program that has provided wonderful connectivity. It was not created with tribes and tribal communities in mind. And while it has done great things, it also has significant challenges in terms of tribally owned providers actually being able to access the program. And finally, the Rural Healthcare Program is very similar to the Schools and Libraries or E-rate program, but it subsidizes telemedicine services, telecom services that are capable of providing telemedicine services. Again, a program that is not, at this point, highly accessed by tribal communities and tribal nations. Frankly, with the challenges associated with the Universal Service Fund, which has done a lot of good things, but the time has come for a real solution with a tribal focus. And there is legislation that has been introduced by a Native Congresswoman from the state of New Mexico, Deb Haaland, that is looking to expand opportunities for broadband deployment on tribal lands and also the creation of tribally owned and operated networks. If we could advance to the next slide. I'm not going to spend too much time here because we have quite a bit of additional important information to discuss. And I noticed that our time is running pretty short here. So the purpose of this slide was essentially to show you, well, what is possible? What are the questions that you might want to ask in your community to see whether accessing any of these federal subsidy programs would help your community in expanding and deploying broadband within your communities. So I am actually going to turn now to Jeff and let him take over on the next slide. So if we could advance to the next slide.
So this is a slide that just illustrates, thanks Irene, this is a slide that just illustrates all of the various particular broadband needs. And we present it mostly as a thought piece in that there are federal programs that relate to every one of these missions within Indian country, within a tribal nation. Yet the creation of a tribal network, tribal broadband network, tribally owned broadband networks, as the title of our event is, it really is an exercise in tribal sovereignty and trying to piece together various sources of funding and opportunity. And the reason why I wanted to make sure, folks can read this and then folks from Indian country sort of know this tacitly. There are additional needs that have grown. This slide long predates the COVID-19 environment. And a global pandemic actually is something that made me realize one of my worst fears, that these problems would come to the doorstep of Indian country without robust broadband. Right now, I just yesterday was driving out to Indian country and was stopped at the border of a pueblo and asked my intent and making sure that I got my clearance to come in and visit. And I know that same pueblo is trying to educate their children on a network that is distressed and not robust. But it's the perspective of Indian country looking at federal sources and our federal partners and what solutions are really needed right now to move forward. Could you please advance to the next slide? The role of tribal governments is absolutely preeminent in the deployment of broadband. And like I said before, it's an exercise in sovereignty, but it's also an exercise in the proper economic approach, the proper economic approach. The FCC is an economic regulator. Other federal agencies, of course, have economic responsibility with their programs. And right now, the federal field, only in a few places does it actually reflect the economics of Indian country, places that are insular, that are set aside, that were set aside long ago and have been insulated from the history of the economics of the country itself. So my thesis here is that in order to get broadband into Indian country, I referenced earlier that there are several things that have been tried over the years, and those that are on this panel were a part of those efforts. And where those efforts have succeeded, they've only created a more recalcitrant strain of the digital divide elsewhere. So if you think back to the slide with the 4 circles about the federal programs from the FCC, those are largely predicated and directed towards industries, towards either privately or publicly held telecom providers. And there are many, while we have some excellent examples in Indian country of fully regulated, robust, tribally owned and operated telcos, including the oldest in the United States, I believe is over 70 years old, Cheyenne River Sioux Tribe Telephone Authority. They have like two of the poorest counties in New Mexico, in the United States, in two of the poorest counties in the United States within their boundaries. They're still able to operate a one of the highest quality local providers throughout the United States. It's a matter of calibrating properly and working with our federal partners to find the right spend. And here's my thesis, is that it's going to sound heretical to certain regulators. It's not going to sound new coming from me, is that there are parts of Indian country and largely a competition framework does not work in Indian country. Competition has brought only a certain level of deployment and accessibility to Indian country. It's reflected on this slide. But it's also brought that often second-class type of deployment, type of build, type of broadband. It's also all brought it at a very high cost, both a high cost to the company and a high cost to the end user, the tribal household. So it's really time for us to really change the way we're doing things and to try to work directly with tribal governments to find the right solution. And if you think about the previous slide about all of the tribal government needs, it's really about aggregating all of those needs, all of those demands, and finding the highest and best use of federal dollars to be able to get robust broadband. ACI has focused a lot on this middle mile fiber problem because funding and spending towards middle mile fiber needs actually makes the future more available. It will make the 2.5 gigahertz license that Ejayel talked about much more relevant. There's a unique relationship in the field between towers, spectrum, power, and fiber. You need all of those to get robust wireless services. But why should Indian country be consigned to only wireless service? If we had economic approaches to deployment that prioritized fiber and other terrestrial-based services, and really we're looking at fiber as the future of technology for at least the next 20 years. It has longevity. Then we can begin to think about an Indian country that reflects what's going on in the big cities. Yesterday I looked at my phone. It was the first time I'd seen my phone state 3G services. in the longest time. And I live in a city, Albuquerque, New Mexico. I used to live in Washington, D.C. for 20 years. We moved back home to New Mexico, and I live in Albuquerque, and the larger environs of Albuquerque, New Mexico are just about 1 million people, but we do not have the population density or the relative wealth in a competitive framework to engender fiber throughout the city. In fact, the only reason why we have fiber to our building here on the Santa Ana Pueblo is that there was a water project that was going on that had a fiber spend in it. And when we learned about the water project, we went over to them and we said, is there a way that we can participate, that we would be able to get a handhole and get some drops so that we can benefit from the fiber that's coming across the Pueblo? And it's that kind of analysis and thinking that needs to go into, at the highest levels in our government, that goes into a coordination between the agencies of our federal partner to achieve the next level of deployment in Indian country. Unfortunately, for 20 years, the Federal Communications Commission has been trying to convince industries to deploy where they really don't have the business model. They have business models that are predicated on more population density or on more middle-class wealth. And we have some excellent examples, and you'll have some speakers later in this agenda, excellent examples where a tribe has developed a relationship with a local provider that is really sort of transformative. Danae Wilson and Nez Perce Tribe, for example. But this is a rare situation, and the field is not necessarily ripe with these opportunities, even in the face of RDOF, with data as insufficient as it is, the federal government moving forward with RDOF, the tribes are left having to try to turn to industries and say, can you come serve us? Rather than being put in the position, as they have with so many other types of basic infrastructures, roads, power, electricity, water, and social services, being recognized as a governmental partner and a deployer. In addition, and I think this has been mentioned earlier, we do need consistency throughout the federal government, including the FCC, of the definition of tribal lands, and a definition that will include all lands that are within the federal trust responsibility. All of those that fall within the federal trust definition of Indian country. It is not a problem that is just rural tribal lands. It is all tribal lands when we're trying to develop lasting, future-proof networks. I definitely support what Agile said about the need for more spectrum, and she detailed the reasons as to why spectrum is not available. 2.5 gigahertz is wonderful, but it is not a panacea. There were many, many tribes in a very ironic situation where there were pre-existing 2.5 gigahertz licenses and where there was not 2.5 gigahertz spectrum available for tribes, is normally a little closer to the more populated, more densely populated parts of the United States, the eastern United States, or around certain major metropolitan areas like Seattle or Portland, for instance. But in an ironic situation, that's where they're also closer to middle mile fiber. So we do need our federal trustee, the FCC, to identify more spectrum opportunities. And we do need the federal government to look at tribes not through the competitive process or a competitive lens, but to actually allocate spectrum directly to tribes for their use. And I'm a big fan of the licensing mechanism of the tribal priority. I was around when we created it for radio broadcast for radio stations for tribal nations. However, in a broadband context, the FCC could have also worked out rather than a volunteer and competitive process that the tribes had to identify themselves and apply for it or miss a deadline, there is the possibility of working out an opt-out process of finding spectrum, making it available to tribes, and then helping them understand and use it to its highest and best use. There are those that think the tribes are not sophisticated enough to run networks. I can tell you they are wrong. And that with that, I would just end by saying, yes.
Want to help us make sure we get time for at least one or two questions before we take our break. So if you could maybe wrap up. Sure.
Yeah, there are just two other things. Yeah, there are two other things that I would encourage folks, the attendees, to read, and not just the federal folks that are on the line for the potential impact on their programs, but the Digital Reservations Act that was introduced by Congresswoman Holland and Senator Guaran would create this wireless licensing paradigm in addition to a tribal broadband fund, a new directed funding. And then also Senators Udall, Cantwell, and Heinrich introduced the Bridging the Tribal Digital Divide Act, which would create a single uniform application process, for instance. It would create set-asides in the Federal Universal Service Program and other technical assistance and training. So thank you very much for your time. I do appreciate the reminder, and we're all happy to try to take whatever questions may be available.
Great, thank you all. Operator, if you'd please open the line for questions, and then we'll turn to a couple, one or two from the chat before our break.
Certainly, as a reminder, if you would like to ask a question, please press *1.
Thank you. So we did have a couple of questions, I think, coming through that I saw come through on the chat. Let's see. Here's a question from Griselda. Allotment owners have been one of our biggest barriers in getting fiber to the education building. The current project is already 3 years in, and signatures are still needed. Time is running out for this grant. I guess there's not really a question associated with that, but do you have any? Do any of you on the line have comments specifically about what someone might do in that situation, or the role of individual allotments in broadband build-out?
I can offer a perspective if you will cycle through the last two slides. One was just basically, I forgot to mention it, what's possible for tribal governments, and then the last is the context slide. No, it's the other direction. So I believe one of the pieces of legislation to answer the question, or to try to address or relate to the question that Griselda offers, rights of way are a very important element of the use of land in Indian country. And while many people associate me with the FCC, I actually grew up in the Department of Interior, where my mother worked. And one of the pieces of legislation, I know that Interior has tried to prioritize rights of way for broadband. I think one of the challenges is that sometimes people kind of, either a tribal nation or an allottee will kind of get dollar signs in their eyes. At the same time, the federal rights of way process is lengthy. One of the pieces of legislation that was introduced by Senator Udall, Cantwell, and Heinrich does address a prioritization of rights of way processes, and I do believe that it involves individual allotments as well. Being an individual allotment owner, along with 47 of my very close cousins, I'm very interested to see what that legislation has to say as well. So hopefully that helps, although it's going to be a governmental process.
Great, thank you. Do we have any questions on the phone?
I do. Our first question is from Keith Cunningham.
Am I live?
Last slide, please.
Yes,
Hi, this is Keith. Good, thanks. Jeffrey, I was interested to hear about the two bills that you mentioned, and also in the context of the switch from a competitive environment to a non-competitive environment. Would either or both of these bills fully achieve what you want, and in what way? Thanks.
No, I'm not. Neither of them achieve it fully. I mean, to take the last question first, I think they are steps in the right direction. I think what we need is a consultative framework of the federal government working with tribal governments to be able to identify needs, highest and best use, how federal government spending is utilized on tribal lands, proper metrics, a better dialogue. One of the things I tried when I was at the FCC was the tribal government engagement obligation, which was a requirement of any federal recipient of Connect America funds, which is part of the the overhaul of the high cost fund that Irene referenced, basically to share the same information that they shared with state regulators and federal regulators with tribal governments. And in the face of a national broadband map that we didn't know did not reflect reality, what we were going to try to do is create a region by region, tribe by tribe, carrier by carrier issues map to be able to work from as to what was needed in the field and where highest and best use spending can be achieved. I'm not saying that tribal nations are anti-competition. What I'm saying is there are only a few parts of Indian country that have the predicate reality to be able to support competition, the population density. More often we find ourselves in a place where tribal nations find themselves in a place where there's an amount of deployment that is heavily subsidized by the federal government that is not in tune with the tribal nation or tribal needs and ends up being very expensive and frustrating for all parties involved. One need only look at the tribal telcos to see how that framework can work when you have a tribal-centric business model. I do think that these two pieces of legislation are significant steps in the right direction, particularly as they speak to spectrum and the warehousing of spectrum and how to break that up and make it more available. And I would hope that there are some folks in rural America, not just tribal America, that are thinking about that as well. I definitely think it is time for us to have a tribal broadband fund because Lifeline, low income, high cost, E-rate, and rural healthcare, they've been around for 25 years. We've been pumping billions of dollars into industries and into parts of the country, and this is only how far we've come. So we need new buckets and new tools, and the agencies need new authorities. And on the other side of it, Indian country needs to step up. There needs to be a larger cadre of knowledgeable IT and telecom folks throughout Indian country than there is right now. So I'm hopeful, but no, it's not a panacea. I hope that happens within my lifetime. Thank you
very much.
Thank you. And I'm sure we have many more questions. Unfortunately, it is time for us to go ahead and take our break. So if you do have any other questions for the group from Ameren, their contact information is on the screen, and I encourage you to continue to engage in the chat. We're going to take our break now and return at 2:15 for a presentation from AT&T. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you, and welcome back to the next portion of the National Tribal Broadband Summit. We are getting things started again with our presentation from our friends over at AT&T. Take it away, guys.
Sure. Thank you for having us. So the approach that we're taking to this conversation, I know that I think almost everybody is on listen only currently, but definitely please submit any questions, and definitely we can handle those as well as possible. We're going to try and move as rapidly as possible so that we have some questions at the end. But really the format of this is to briefly touch on some ideas and some things going on in the industry today around access. A lot of the conversations that we have with our stakeholders within the tribal nations communities is really the fact that access is obviously the first step to having all of the other applications that really are needed for some of these first responders, education within those communities and the communities themselves. So I'll introduce us. Stephanie, would you mind going to the next slide? Thank you. So as Stephanie said, we do come from AT&T. My name is Chris Weaver. Devin Winthrop is also present, as is Scott Mountney. Hopefully will be joining here shortly. So the topics that we've chosen to cover, keep in mind, this is not exhaustive, right? This is just some of the things that are going on today, some of the things looking to the future, but this is because we have such a short period of time, just really a quick snip or snapshot, right? So one thing that we wanted to chat with everyone about is connected buses. We'll talk about the solutions going on today or being provided today, and then really talk about how that extrapolates, moves into kind of the future and connected communities. Also, we want to talk a little bit about satellite communications because there's a lot of really important things going on today and really help understand some of the economics and the business cases behind some of the companies that run in that space. And then talk about low Earth orbit satellite constellations. This doesn't have anything to do with AT&T or any of our competitors, and it really is just a technological conversation around what LEO satellite constellations are going to have bringing to Indian country, but also to the world overall. Right? Stephanie, please go ahead. So quick background, this is something we feel is really important. Striving in the time of COVID, this is coming up, and it's something we're addressing constantly. However, it's really going to drive kind of the new normal and the next normal, and so we wanted to make sure that we brought this up as a backdrop to really the conversation that we're going to be having. Stephanie, go ahead. So at this point, I'm going to actually ask Devin to jump in, and we're going to kind of flow this into our connected bus. But again, right, just to reiterate, we had a normal that we had up until the beginning of this year. Now we're kind of shifting into our new normal, and we're going to have to look forward into what our next normal looks like. And we have some ideas, but nobody's really sure what that looks like. But Devin, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chris. So Devin Winthrop, I'm a principal architect with AT&T, and I've had this conversation and gone over this with quite a few cities, school districts, states, municipalities, a lot of rural areas as well. So I think this is very applicable for everybody on here, and I really like the way we're looking at this. So the normal, if we see it, traditionally everybody would go into the office, turn on their PC. Some even have old desktops. They don't even have laptops. Everybody communicates to a server, and they go out to a cloud. If you did hit the next button, Stephanie, and then in order to secure it, it was pretty simple. Hit it again, please, one more time. There we go. All we would have to do is secure your entrance, make sure maybe you have an antivirus in there, and secure getting out to the internet or the cloud. Traditionally and legacy-wise, there was not on the left a whole lot of cloud usage. Now, in the middle there, we see this is the new normal after COVID, where all of a sudden you cannot go into, whether it be your offices, whether it be your school, wherever that point of connection was. Now, the new normal is, well, we might still be using your servers at the location, but now there's a lot of more cloud adoption. We're seeing this a lot more, especially in public sector. My background, I've been in the company for 20 years, and before I came over to public sector, my customers were Box and Zoom and customers of that nature here in Silicon Valley. So they had already adopted the cloud because it was very cost effective. It was saved a lot of money. They didn't have old legacy systems. They didn't have public issues to deal with, and so a lot of them have done that. Through this, we were seeing a lot of older legacy systems, and even rural cities or school districts start adopting a lot of cloud strategy. So when we're looking at this, the first thing you see is nobody's in the building anymore. Everybody's remote. They're accessing, maybe you've moved a lot of the applications to the cloud. Some are still at the building. So the biggest issue now becomes connectivity and security. And if you could hit the button one more time there, Stephanie. And then we got a couple more times. Yeah, okay. And one more time. There we go. So when we're talking security now, it's more than just protecting your building. We also have to put endpoint security in with everybody that's using remote and gets security in the cloud. So there's many security solutions that are out there, and we're not going to get down in anything detailed, but just when we're doing this, we want to make sure you're secure, because one thing we found out during this is when there wasn't secure, there's been a lot, our cyber attacks have gone way up during this time frame because people have been more vulnerable because they did not plan ahead, obviously, for this, and this is a lot of last minute. But one of the biggest issues we're finding is those 4 people trying to connect in. Is there really was a large digital divide that has come up from this, and it's making sure everybody has that connectivity. And we're working hard. We'll talk a little bit about what we have as far as solutions for that. But If that issue can be and will eventually be resolved, what we're finding is while we're living in this next normal where most of the people are remote, next slide, we're going to see now what's the next normal going to be. Well, the next normal is probably not going to be back to the normal. You know, the days of everybody working in the office or all the kids being in school all the time are probably done, because now that you have the tools that you gained in the new normal, you discover that this is more cost effective. It's a more efficient way of doing things. You're going to enable it, which means, let's say that's a school and it's a snow day in North Dakota. As long as the kid has children have access and the teachers have access, they know they can teach virtually. Snow days might be a day of the past. If you have children that are unable to come into school for one reason or another, they can still participate in school. If this is a work environment, we're seeing, you know, a lot of companies changing and already looking forward and changing their strategy of having everybody come into the office and allowing more and more people to work remote because they're a lot more efficient and able to take care of their children more. And again, this really applies a lot once we can get connectivity to the lower income or the people that are on the wrong side of the digital divide. It opens up a lot of opportunities for them. Okay, next slide. So when we're looking through this, the other backdrop we're always looking at is what's the technology for good? In other words, you know, when we're looking at the technology standpoint, what are the items we're looking at? You know, the key points. Well, first off, you know, as we showed, security. We want to make sure it's integrated and simplified, and any solution we have that's going to be for students of K through 12, anything that's going to have SIPA compliance built in, which is a Child Information Internet Protection Act, which means they can't get to the bad sites, right? Transformation, you know, we're closing the digital divide. We're working hard with the government now to proactively help close that. It was shocking when this started up. It was a roughly 22 million children and adults were not connected or had any connection whatsoever. And then another 24 million, it was insufficient data. They might have had a connection, but it was extremely slow. And then connectivity. If we can make sure, you know, all the remote people can have a connection, what's it going to look like as far as remote and classroom learning? What's it going to look like within the tribal government? Maybe what would that look like while you're walking through your community? And could you have connections as you're walking through the community? And then commitment, you know, helping to lead to the future, helping to lead your community to the future. We're here as advisors. We're here to help. And, you know, our commitment is to you. Okay, next slide. So before I get into the digital bus, I just wanted to go through some of our options we have for connectivity to bridge the digital divide. We have a residential offer that's out there. It's called Access. It is purely residential. It's up to the end user to apply for it. It's usually $10 a month or less. There's free installation. There's no term to it. And includes a wireless modem. So once it's in the house, if broadband is available at the house, as we know that's a large issue, it gives you basically a low-cost access, 10 megabit broadband connection, so you can get stuff done. It's not super fast, you know, it's not a gigabit or anything of that nature, but again, it gives you some basic connection. And we are also expanding the eligibility on income to households that are participating. If anybody participates in the National School Lunch or Head Start programs, they automatically qualify for it. And then as far as actual business offers, where we're seeing a lot of schools, we're seeing some cities and communities adopt these, we have two offers. One's a broadband offer and one's a wireless offer. And these are all business grade, so this isn't a residential grade UVerse or DSL. It does provide SIPA compliance, the same portal you'd use, whether it be the broadband or the wireless offer, and that compliance is a open architecture, so we know a lot of people might use multiple wireless carriers, so we want to make sure that you have one portal to secure everything. As dedicated access, it's 12 to 25 megs. seamless on the security, like I said, and it's an easy installation where we do it all for you. And one of the keys with both the broadband and the wireless offer, like I said before, we have SIPA compliance. We have the security built in so the kids are safe. And we will do the white glove, the kitting, the staging, and everything as well. Now, one note on our broadband offer is we also have a little-known service called fixed wireless broadband. So what we're using there is we were able to garner from the spectrum specific just for this. It's only about 5 to 10% capacity right now, and it's basically fed off of our LTE towers. So where we have LTE service, we could typically offer the fixed wireless. And the fixed wireless is a 25 meg down and 3 up. We've been working with some states to get broadband, and in some cases where we only had about 40% coverage of their citizens, we were able to get that up to 80% using the fixed wireless broadband and LTE towers, especially out in the rural area. So where you might not think there's broadband, but you have LTE, and we know, wireless can be expensive, the fixed wireless option operates just like the broadband. There's no capping, and you get a router just like the broadband offer, and it's a wireless router as well, so you can have connectivity through that. So this is one of the ways we're trying to bridge the digital divide, and we're trying to expand that and build it out as well to try to get coverage to as many people as possible. Okay, next slide.
And just as a note, Devin, I think we're looking at relatively tight on time. So just a quick question, Stephanie, has Scott joined yet? We want to make sure we want to leave room for Scott to jump in toward the end here too.
Okay. So the connected buses. So this was actually a brainchild of the principal architect team and myself nationwide. We are seeing a lot of schools where they had big pockets of areas where children were not connected. They had no connectivity. And so the first thing we thought of was, let's go to the next slide. Was pretty simple. We've got two here where basically it's a good, better, best option. What you're looking at the left is our good offer. It's the first item that they really offered up. It was maybe putting even as small as like maybe a hotspot that can only support up to 5 kids to a real nice cradle point router that can support more. Your coverage, you have coverage on the bus as well as off the bus. And the first idea for this was when kids come to pick up their meals, the buses could deliver the meals into the neighborhoods. They can upload, download, their work, but they didn't have static connectivity. So I worked on a project here with the state of California. What could we do if we want to park a bus or a vehicle in an area for 4 to 8 hours at a time? So then we started thinking about how can we make a difference here. So again, on the left with the good, we could use a cradle point bus. Maybe it's in a smaller parking lot or a small apartment complex. And we could connect up to about 100 kids and within 100 to 150-foot radius. And one thing to note that all the options on this are completely agnostic. So you can use up to 4 SIMs depending on the design. They don't have to be AT&T all. It could be AT&T, T-Mobile, Sprint, or one and the same now, or Verizon, or even a private LTE. If you have private LTE on the lands, you can even use that as well, or you can even use satellite or anything with an Ethernet plug. The bus on the right, that's our better and best options. The difference is how we take the connection in, but basically what we're doing is we are utilizing industrial-grade directional access points. So now instead of only having 100 to 150 feet, our coverage is, from 100 to 300 yards. We've actually tested up to 500 or 600 at times, but again, with Wi-Fi, you have trees in the way it's going to block you. You have another bus in the way it's going to block you. A lot of it depends upon the device you have, like some of the giveaway phones and smart tablets and whatnot are not going to have a great radio, and so we were testing. That's where we're getting the 100 to 300 yards. Again, all this is SIPA compliant because this is designed for schools and for kids. All the cities have implemented and communities SIPA as well because they want to provide service to the children. And what's nice about this is, again, when we're thinking about bridging the digital divide, we want to also think about inside the bus. The buses were originally designed to take people from point A to point B, and when we look at the people on the wrong side of the digital divide, they're usually taking public transportation. So the idea here is that once this is over, again, looking forward to the next normal, you will have access to public Wi-Fi on all your community buses, and so, or school buses. So I grew up in a rural area, an hour ride to school. I didn't have computers back then, but I was thinking in that hour time you can get a lot done as a child that maybe didn't have connection at home. So you'd have, an hour home, an hour back. You have a lot of connectivity. If you're heading into work, same thing. Next slide. And this is other options we have on the top is if you wanted 360 degrees. Another thing to note is I have a picture of a standard large-sized bus. This also works with expanded buses, but some communities, like I also support the state of Hawaii. In Maui, we're using a small shuttle bus style. They don't have the big buses on the island. And then in Oahu, they're actually using a private nonprofit, and they're using a couple minivans to do the same thing. And they're having great success putting it into small apartment complexes where maybe there's 40 or 50 kids, and they're all able to have connectivity. Then down on the bottom is another option where you might be able to use a utility vehicle, or we're doing this a lot for colleges where they need to fill up a whole quad for Wi-Fi, and we're able to put up remote pedestals, put the APs on the pedestal, and run the cable back into their existing Wi-Fi as well. This is also if you're a first responder and you haven't, upgraded your devices. A lot of them are Wi-Fi. We can put this is compatible with FirstNet as well. So that could be a fire truck on the top, or that could be, a fire utility or a police utility vehicle. We've done this here during our fires where we can blast out, broadband type speeds to the first responders over FirstNet, so they have priority going the entire way. So a lot of options we have with that, and and a lot of detail we can get down deep into the weeds. And then the last slide for me, Stephanie, is really just talking about connected communities and what they might look like. What we see is a lot of people are discovering we help out with this as well with doing private wireless throughout the community, whether that be LTE, 5G, or even just, wireless spectrum. The biggest problem you have is getting connection into the house. A lot of issues behind that. Sometimes there are people that don't want the connections, or for some reason are unwilling to help out to get that into the house. There needs to be help from that. So then that leads to the question of, well, what if the rest of the community was connected? So what that might look like is when somebody gets on the community bus to go into work, they have connection on the bus. Maybe it's a community train. When they're in a public park, do they have connectivity there? What type of speeds? What would that look like? We're finding through this, there's a lot of sad stories about this where, child abuse is up and things of that nature. And so we're trying to set up Wi-Fi for communities and buses and community centers in any public space. So, the kids don't have to be stuck in the house, maybe in a bad environment, and they can get out, they can social distance, they can be safe. And again, looking at before, they went to school every day. That was original normal. The new normal is they're not. A lot of this is remote. So if we can find them other areas where maybe they can socially interact with their friends, but in a safe way and spread out, such as a community center. And then, the next normal might be after this is all in place, your connected community would be just that when they're in the community, they do have connection. And whether that be through private broadband, private LTE, next we're going to talk about some satellite feeds. But once connectivity is in the community, a connected community is using the tools to spread it out so everybody has a connection whenever they're on a public property or public land. And with that, again, sorry guys, about an hour worth of information we're trying to cram into 15 minutes, but I'm going to hand it over to talk about the economics of satellite communications now.
Sure. All right. Yes, thanks. Scott, I'm going to hand it over to you real quick. But I did want to mention, and thank you, Devin, again, this is a snapshot. This is kind of some of what's happening out there and some of what we're working on. But keep in mind, we're kind of nerdy technologists who are out there solving some of the problem. But this is one snapshot. So it doesn't mean that this is the solution or a solution that meets all needs. It's one tool in the tool belt. And, so as we look at things holistically, this is one component. The next, we wanted to bring up satellite communications in the sense that, we understand a lot of folks here probably are quite familiar with how the wireline network works, with bringing together consortiums or building out your own networks where possible, and interfacing with various carriers. We wanted to kind of talk a little bit about the economics, because that's a little bit less familiar for the general public of satellite communications, and why certain satellite communications are better than others, why they cost more or cost less, and then kind of where that side of technology is going to really be going. So, Scott, with that, if you're on, I'll pass it on to you.
Yeah, hi, Chris. I'm here. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can. Stephanie, would you mind just for Scott to move to the next slide?
Hey, Chris, can everybody hear me okay?
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Yes.
Okay, great. So, hi, everybody. Scott Nami here. I run a business unit for AT&T we internally call Vanguard. It's a high QoS satellite broadband unit we use for enterprise, business continuity, disaster recovery. And all the members of my team, we have a background in radio. And we've also been to the parts of the country where there are difficult challenges, so we really understand these issues. From a day-to-day basis, we deal with a lot of things like business continuity, disaster recovery, emergency coverage, but we also connect enterprise, business, even some individuals with satellite links. And satellite links are somewhat expensive, although prices have come down tenfold in the last 20 years. They're still somewhat expensive in the marketplace, particularly with the growth of broadband, where, 20 years ago, people would get by with very small links to do things on satellite kilobits and, tens of kilobits and hundreds of kilobits. Although prices have fallen, the bandwidth needs have gone up by a factor of 100. So generally speaking, satellite is still expensive, but that's about to change. So I want to explain a little bit why that is and what's changing in the marketplace. You can flip to the next slide. So in a standard satellite world today, there are a few different architectures, but generally speaking, most broadband services ride on geostationary satellites. There are low Earth orbit networks in place today, but they have very low peak bandwidth capabilities. These are the networks like Iridium and Globalstar, where you're generally limited to tens of kilobits and phone calls. Now, in the geostationary world, technology is somewhat mature, and geostationary satellites are going high-scale, hyperscale. Typically, out of a geostationary satellite today, you can push 100, 200 megabits through the satellite, but your cost per megabit, even in the best engineered network, good purchase on a satellite, you're still looking at hundreds of dollars per megabit per month. So, if you wanted a 100 megabit service, that's still in the tens of thousands, upwards of $100,000 a month per link. So the way the industry addresses this today. And this is why there's various degrees of quality in the satellite industry. They address this phenomena, this economic phenomena, with contention. So satellite networks are designed time division multiple access, so that if you look at this drawing here, this school, it's a school or other tribal building. So this building would represent your remote location. So these networks are designed so hundreds of remote locations can share the same route coming in, and that's contention. And this is why in the marketplace you will see satellite services as low as $49 a month and some as high as thousands of dollars a month, hundreds of thousands of dollars a month. The variation in price really has to do with how much sharing goes on that route, on that link, which in the industry we call the space segment. So the higher the sharing, the lower the quality of service, the lower the inability to stream things like voice and video. And that's pretty much what's been driving the industry for the last 20 years. Now, the economics, the fundamental architecture economics of satellites won't go away. There will remain dedicated routes, shared routes. But what will be improving is the underlying satellite economics. So in the geostationary world, which we are today, you're starting to see hyperscale geostationary satellites. So these hyperscale geostationary satellites, they reuse the frequencies many times over. So the fixed cost of launching that satellite, which could be in the hundreds of millions of dollars, is able to generate more revenue in the form of megabits, bits and bytes delivered to customers. So they improve the frequency reuse. This is driving satellite costs. You know, in the industry, I commonly sell megabits for about $1,250 per megabit per month. That's kind of like our list price, or discounted list price, I should say. It wasn't even 10 years ago that people were paying $5,000 and $10,000 per megabit. So prices have dropped by a factor of 7 to 10. They're going to drop by another factor of 10 soon. It wouldn't surprise me if the hyperscale geostationary satellites push megabits into the sub-$100 a month range. And this would still mean, though, if you had equivalent of a 3 megabit DSL, you're still looking at a few $100s per month, which may not, those economics may not pencil out for a small rural school, a school, multiple schools that have to share bandwidth in a tribal system. So things have to improve yet another factor even. In the next few years, we're going to see probably another factor, at least 5, maybe as high as 10. But there still needs to be another factor. And the same thing happened in the cell phone industry. You may recall cell phones used to do a couple megabits, and the cost per megabyte was like $20 a megabyte. And now phones do hundreds of megabits, and the cost per megabyte is in the pennies. You know, you get gigabytes now for $10, whatever. So where I'm going with this is that the satellite industry follows the same curve. It's just the satellite industry lags by about 5 to 10 years in bit rates, and that's just the nature of launching satellites.
Scott, I'm so sorry. I hate to cut you off, but we are at time. So if you please conclude your presentation, we'd like to move on to the next session.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah. Really quickly, I just going to say, low Earth orbit satellites, we didn't get to cover it, but they're going to push hyperscale to another level. So thank you.
Yeah, and so
thank you.
Stephanie, thank you for having us. We're grateful for it. Please feel free, again, share any information, and it's not included in the deck, but please feel free to share our information with any and all, and we're happy to answer any questions in the future.
Absolutely. Thank you all. And I encourage you all to continue using the chat to ask questions. Now we'll go ahead and turn it over to OptiPulse for their presentation on optical wireless networks for high-speed broad bandwidth infrastructure.
Hello, my name's John Joseph. Stephanie, can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you for joining us today.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for inviting us. OptiPulse is a relatively new company that has developed an entirely new type of wireless, and it comes from a photonics chip, which we are developing. And the overall development will make things faster, cheaper, and easier to deploy for rural communities. So let's go to the next slide. Why broadband? Everybody knows the broadband is the one entity that really is essential for education, healthcare, jobs, business, security, you name it. And it's incredible. These numbers show that 20 million American rural households do not have reliable high-speed internet. 7 in 10 residents on the tribal lands are without access to fixed high-capacity. This is unacceptable, and OptiPulse is really trying to use its technology to make a change in this type of problem that we have here, a very serious problem. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the options that communities, rural communities, and tribes have right now to create that infrastructure to bring the high broadband to you is some of the players that you've been looking at all over this period of time. There's fixed wireless. You know the pros. You know, it's fairly easy to set up these wireless links. You don't have to dig. It does require line of sight for tower-to-tower type activities to a radio tower. It is in development right now for higher bandwidth fixed wireless. There's DSL options through telephone lines that are already installed, but that speed is extremely slow. There's satellite. We just heard what the satellite capabilities are and the expense of bringing the bandwidth through satellites. It does have high latency, and it's incredibly high cost. What happens when you have a horrible storm? Well, a lot of times you don't have connectivity with a satellite, but there are other possibilities. Cable broadband is expensive when it gets to rural areas, and that's typically because they have to dig fiber getting out to these areas, which is extremely expensive. So these are all options that I'm sure you guys are becoming very familiar with today. Let's go to the next slide. The real issue when we went to higher frequency, higher bandwidth is what everybody needs today. And the 5G wireless promises of bringing high bandwidth comes with some issues. And that conundrum that we're looking at today right now is all about the higher frequency can bring higher bandwidth, but it can't go these long distances like many wireless systems used to do in the past. It needs to have higher frequencies, and these higher frequencies mean that they're line-of-sight systems, and they don't go as far. So really, if you look at the top right of this quadrant, you need to bring those links down to manageable hundreds of meters to be able to do this infrastructure so that the cell phone radios that are 5G will have enough access, have enough infrastructure speed in order to give them the 5G capabilities that it needs. Now, if you look down in the bottom left corner, 3G and 4G connectivity used to be very large areas going through buildings, et cetera. The 5G is not capable of that. It has to be line of sight. Line of sight means that if there's something between you and that radio unit, it's blocked, or between one link and another link, then that can be blocked. Well, that's what we are dealing with here, this conundrum, and it is high frequency is line of sight. The max baud rate for millimeter wave is in the hundreds of megabits per second. It can multiplex up to 10 gigabits, which is what really is required for 5G infrastructure. And so it's really pushing the limits on that. We have developed a new infrared source that does much faster rates than that. And we're saying, why shouldn't this development be bringing rural communities such as yours much faster broadband? And here's how we're going to do it. Let's go to the next slide, please. So OptiPulse is developing a kind of smart pole, and this smart pole is like a tall street lamp, you might say, very modern looking. And these poles will have infrared connections where they all talk to each other, and they have multiple connections at each pole. So if one goes down, the pole that distributes the information can quickly switch to the next connection, next fastest connection. So that's called a mesh network, and this is what we are developing now. These poles are still being developed, but this is all created from a chip technology that came out of Sandia Labs. And it looks like these links are extremely fast. What we have right now is 10 gigabits per second, which can load a lot of information and keep a lot of students online and give people entertainment, et cetera. Just the bandwidth that's required for communities in rural areas they need high bandwidth. So the infrastructure will even allow future upgrades to 6G connectivity, let's say, if it comes along, because all we have to do is switch a little board in our links, and we can bring those up to 25 gigabits per second per link in the near future. And let's talk about that. Let's go to the next slide for a second, please. So really, in the comparison of what this infrastructure is, we know that fiber typically has to be dug, or it can be strung along old electrical lines, but it's still high cost. And it brings very good bandwidth, but it's also limited. Once you put that fiber in, that's your capability, and then as fast as that fiber can go, you can't add to it unless you bring in more fiber. So there are a number of competitive issues, and you can see how we line up with millimeter wave infrastructure. Millimeter wave infrastructure means it has to be fast enough bandwidth, and that means it has to go to a high frequency electromagnetic radiation that allows these faster signals. And so light is much faster than in that spectrum and can bring you quite a bit more, orders of magnitude faster capability. So let's go to the next slide, please. What OptiPulse is focusing on now is our first product, which is this small box that you see here. And what that is it has a lens in it. It generates a beam of light that is invisible. We're looking at, you can see it here, but that's just to illustrate the beam. And this red beam would be expanded, and that expansion helps with resiliency in bad weather, because if there's snowing or rain, if the beam is expanded, part of the beam still gets through every few nanoseconds that the signal goes from one unit to the other. So it really is a good system for most weather conditions, and we have tested chips up to 25 gigabits per second for a single channel. We know that we can multiplex these in the future for even faster links. And we're talking about gigabits here, not megabits. So that's 1,000 times faster than what you are hearing. And so 4G cell phone service can be plugged into this. Basically, inside this smart pole, you can plug in the kinds of distribution that you want in that community, whether it's 4G service, 5G service, or the access points, wireless access points, and other types of emergency service band radios. This has a kind of a backbone in it in these smart poles that allow all kinds of connectivity. Let's move to the next slide, please. Where we're at right now is we have demonstrated this technology by making some links. One of them has been demonstrated at the College of New Mexico from one building to another. It's over 100 meters with a 10 gigabit per second full duplex link. We put this on poles at the city to do testing, and right now we are installing this unit at a senior center in Albuquerque that is wirelessly connecting a low-income housing area at 10 gigabits per second with a full duplex. And so we're tuning that up right now, and we'll be having data on that relatively shortly. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the next steps, it looks like this slide's blank, but the next steps are steps that we would need to be able to do for secure funding from multiple sources to support the development of the light pole. Let's go to the next one. What we're doing right now is we're completing a $7 million raise. We're obtaining POs for different test beds and evaluations, and we are discussing with a number of tribes how this could be installed in their areas, bringing very high broadband to rural tribes. And these are the next steps that we're looking at right now. So we have talked to the Navajo Technical University information officers, and they're excited about the possibilities of installing this and upgrading these communities with very high broadband. We're developing coalitions with strategic partners, and right now we're establishing those partnerships, and we have government agencies that are helping us develop this right now with grants. So let's go to the next slide, please. We have a very experienced team. Basically, it's a bunch of us that worked at Sandia Labs back 30 years ago developing these types of devices. We have patents on it, and it's a new type of optical wireless semiconductor that promises to reduce dramatically the cost of broadband wirelessly. And these chips are very high volume, low cost type technologies that we will be expanding the capabilities of rural infrastructure with our devices. Let's go to the next slide, please. So if you have any questions, we'd love to take those questions now. Here's our contact information, and both me and Matha Shinnick, the COO, will love to talk to you about how we could work together to really bring the capabilities of the tribes together to be able to have very fast broadband. And frankly, I'm rather upset to see that the people that need the broadband the most is really the ones that don't have it. And we would love to be able to work with the Indian nations to make you first in broadband instead of where you are now is pretty close to last. That's not acceptable to us, and we're willing to work with you and the tribes. So I'll take questions if you have any, please.
Thank you, John, for that presentation. Operator will go ahead and open up the phone line for questions. And if you could give that to you, and then I can do a couple on the chat we can do while we're waiting for people to queue up.
As a reminder, if you would like to ask a question, please press *1.
So go ahead.
I was just going to start calling out questions from the chat line. Did you have something else to add before we did that?
No, I was just going to read those from the chat line. So the first question would be, would you please share the PowerPoint with recordings after this? Absolutely. And we'll work with Stephanie to find out how we can do that. And the second question is how ready is the OptiPulse technology for deployment? Well, we've got a prototype 3 that we are installing right now at the city, which I mentioned before. Our prototype 4 is the one that we will be putting into low volume production, and we are 2 years away from that right now for the full production of that unit. Now, that can be accelerated with with extra resources. And so all of these timescales can be accelerated, but we are still a couple of years away from those kinds of links. The smart pole is around 3 years away, but there is a possibility that that could be accelerated even under 2 years if we have the kinds of resources. So that's about where we are with the deployment. Another question is OptiPulse testing its technologies in Native American only or elsewhere? Yes, we are testing this right now at the city of Albuquerque. It's a senior center by the zoo. We're installing it, and we will have those test results for you in about a month of network capability and performance. Another question that just came in is, do you collaborate or utilize other towers to place your hardware on to implement? Yes, we will use any other kinds of structures of towers to make these long-distance links in rural. It's better to be farther up in the atmosphere to make it go longer distances. And we are developing those long distances with specific government entities right now. So we're finding out how far we can go. What's very interesting about our technology is this on this tiny little chip that's about as small as the size of a head of a pin, you can generate enough optical power to make kilometers of distance at 10 gigabit per second for a single link. So we are actually, we have found out that the tests show that we can have a lot more power without losing speed, and that's what we're going into right now. So yes, we will collaborate with use of other towers. And another question came in just now. Are you making
before we move on to another question from the chat, go ahead and see if there's anyone on the phone line who'd like to ask a question.
Okay. Is anybody on the phone line waiting?
I do. I have a question from Robert.
Hi. I have a question on those towers for rural areas. How vulnerable are those towers for areas for catastrophic forest fires?
Vulnerable are there towers for catastrophic forest fires? Yes, certainly things like fog and or thick smoke is going to be a problem for long-distance connections. Now, it does have self-healing capabilities. What that means is that if the signal is getting very low strength because of things like fire or rain, it has the ability to turn up the power automatically through different sensors in the unit. And we will be able to put quite a bit of power, especially up on these towers where eye safety is not a concern for these links. So that's a very good question. That's something that we have to determine is exactly what this means. Now, as far as what can block the beam, our development is based around the fact that we want to have mesh networks going to these rural areas. So a single link, even if a single link is being taken out by, let's say, a forest fire or something like that, that the second link going around that is still hooking up that device. And you might think of it like a ladder where you would have nodes, two nodes going out the distance instead of one, so that those spans would allow a break in that and it still be able to make the network. So I hope I explained that okay. Did that address your question?
Partially.
So I will go to the next question here. Are you making use of the DOE technology commercialization fund to support this? What we're actually using the National Science Foundation for commercialization, and we're involved heavily. I'm not positive about this, but I believe we've been into the I-Corps, the National Science Foundation I-Corps team, which wants you to work directly with your customers to find out what their needs are. And this is where we would be calling tribal councils and the leaders in your communities to find out what kind of service you would like and what those options are, so that we can understand your needs better. So yes, we are working with government entities, and I'll go to the next one. The next question is, who is your tech transfer contact at the lab? But this is not laboratory technology. Even though we worked at the laboratory, those patents have long been over. We have created our own new patents on this technology, and it is OptiPulse's technology. So we have patents within our company that actually 5 issued patents that define this technology and how we get such high optical power and speed with this. This is world record performance out of these photonics devices, and we're applying it to broadband. So I hope that answers your questions, and thank you very much for your attention. Is there any other questions?
I do have a question. Our next question is from Jack.
Hello. Your environmental review and environmental assessments, who can we get to do that? Is it lengthy? Is it acceptable? Should we be worried? Council always wants to ask that kind of question.
Yes, sir. That's a very good question. And actually, the alternative that we are really offering is really about the environment. What we believe we have invented and we are demonstrating now is an alternative instead of microwaves and even higher frequency millimeter waves that they can use. That actually millimeter waves at these frequencies are being used for crowd control. That's the kind of stuff that we believe we have a much better alternative to. Of course, there's the University of California at Berkeley that has got all kinds of studies on these high-frequency millimeter waves and microwaves. We believe our alternative with infrared, using infrared technology, which is basically the wavelength of your remote control on your TV. It's invisible, but it's infrared. Infrared technology is much safer in our estimation, in our opinion. I have to be very careful about that because we don't, we believe that infrared technology, if you go and look it up online, you can see, well, people are putting infrared technology on their heads to grow hair. They're using it to heal wounds. It's a much better technology for human consumption. Not to mention, we use 1/4 of the energy that a millimeter wave device does to get the same speed for the link. So we're a much greener technology. I will stop there. Any other questions?
I am showing no further questions at this time.
Well, thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
It looks like there was one more question on the chat. Do you collaborate or use other towers to place your hardware or on for implementation?
Yes, we certainly would collaborate with whatever towers are there, and we have discussed with a number of tower companies. Of course, Sacred Wind, excuse me, Sacred Wind is a very good company that we are collaborating with. They've invested in us. We are going to provide them links whenever we can. So we are collaborating with whoever we can to make these links happen and happen to your areas.
Great. Thank you for that and for all of those wonderful questions. We are a tiny bit ahead of schedule, so can I just check, Jacob, are you on the line?
Yes.
Great. Then we will go ahead and move on to our next presentation, the last one before our break. And I will hand it over now to Jacob, excuse me, I'm not going to get your name right, Terstrup, Director of Operations from Checkpoint.
Close enough, yes, Terstrup. Thank you very much, Stephanie.
Thank you.
Did you want to go ahead and just start the sharing now? You see my screen okay, Stephanie?
Yep, we've got you. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to skip a few slides here just so we've got plenty of time. I know we've got a decent amount of cover in about 30 minutes. So just a quick kind of agenda. Normally, we like to try to keep this kind of more of an open discussion, but I know with virtual that gets kind of difficult. So we're going to be talking about interest gathering, demand management. So last few presentations, we've seen those different technologies that are available out there to possibly reach more rural areas. But we also know there's a whole other side of the business that once you've developed that plan, okay, it's going to be wireless, it's going to be cable, whatever it happens to be, fiber, reaching those customers, figuring out what that level of demand is like is something that can be a little bit of a headache. So our parent company is actually Adams Telephone Cooperative. Over the last, I'd say, 5 years, we've pretty well quadrupled our customer base. So we're a member-owned cooperative in Quincy, Illinois, our headquarters in Golden, Illinois, about 3,000 access lines in our co-op, and we have, it always used to be our co-op outweighed our CLEC market, and in the last few years that has drastically changed, that we have really done quite a bit in reaching our rural footprint areas and even some of the more urban areas. So serving 15,000 customers today. You can see some of our growth. 2015, we added 600, almost 700 new customers. By 2018, we connected 4,000 new both CLEC and ILEC customers, which for a company of our size was pretty phenomenal. We were really excited, and that was just getting the message out there about what we were trying to do, where we were going, keeping the communities up to date on what the process looked like. So through that, we've kind of developed some tools internally that really helped us through this process, and we like to try to be able to share some of those best practices, things we've learned, the tools that we use with other companies that are looking to do the same thing in rural markets. This is one image that comes out of our network operations group that always kind of blows me away. So it's actually our bandwidth usage over the last few years, and you can see from 2015 to 2020 how much that has just exponentially increased, which just goes to show that the level of demand that is out there. I know everybody talks about the level of demand that COVID has created for rural, but we can see over time it's only gotten more and more prevalent in today's society. So when we talk about management strategy, a lot of it is deciding on what type of technology you're going to use. Now, we've used the tools that I'll show you here in a little bit for 2.5, for 900 wireless. Our main focus over the last few years has been fiber, obviously. But that type of management strategy really does impact the way you go about connecting with customers. Adams developed kind of a sell first, build later mentality about 5 years ago, where we wanted to be able to we wanted to know our return on investment prior to really investing that level of capital in. Now, when you're looking at $500,000 just to build to a small community, you want to know that the payback is going to be there. So we started to put together some tools to be able to show us that information. And obviously, when you look more at grant opportunities, you're probably more of, you're under a time frame, you need to build it, you need to get there as fast as you can. So we wanted to make sure we had a platform that was able to handle both of those, as we're obviously hit on both fronts. A lot of it comes down to geographic information, knowing, when you're talking about knowing your customer base, the number of potential customers that are out there, which can be more difficult the more rural you get. but typically we look for, address data so we can get an idea of, okay, this is how many people are within this current, we call it a fiberhood area that we could potentially serve. Like I talked about, we're trying to really minimize risk by calculating ROI ahead of time. So we can have consumers submitting information to us, we can calculate that in real time, and then we can have that point where we have a go, no-go situation, take it to our board and say, hey, we have this amount of payback ready to go, green light it for construction, and then move forward. Let me see here if I can pull up. Right. So I'll try to walk you through. Normally when we talk at conferences, we use atoms as kind of an example, but we've worked with companies across the United States on different types of demographics. This is our website, Atoms Fiber, and one thing that we wanted to show to all of our communities is something like this. And you can probably see this across a lot of different telcos and utilities that are getting into broadband. It's about showing the community what your plan is, a level of transparency where you can direct consumer traffic to this page. So for Illinois, we were awarded roughly $5 million for the Connect Illinois grant that's going to help us build a lot of rural Illinois. Now we can show this on our website, and as people are calling in asking whether or not they have the potential to get connected in the future, we can direct them to this page. So here's our plan, here's our 1 through 6 phase approach, and here's where you fall within that approach. Now typically in the sign-up phase, we're working on gathering a particular number of sign-ups to help greenlight it for construction. So we have a sister company that does something very similar, where they're looking at Knoxville. And you can see down here, if I live in Knoxville 6, I'm 28% of the way there. I need 39 more people to hopefully reach our goal, and then green light that for construction and move on. So it all depends on the type of build you're currently looking at. But we have noticed that in competitive markets, that mentality of, well, we're just going to build it and then connect people later has kind of fallen by the wayside. There's too much risk involved when you're putting up that kind of money. Now, a big part of this is giving people a nice, clean, easy way to let us know that they're out there and they're interested in service. So we try to put something front and center on our website. Click here to get signed up. We'll separate residential versus business. On the residential side, this kind of goes back to how we talked about, where a lot of it is geographically based. So when I search that house number and zip code, I'm going to pull a result, and depending on which address I select within those results, will direct that customer to any one of a number of different forms. And a lot of it just depends on what your available services look like from a telco standpoint. If I select this address, for example, it's going to kick me over to our sign-up page. So this is where we direct all of our traffic on our website. We want to make it as easy as possible for customers to let us know they're out there, submit their interest, submit their sign-up information, so that we can kind of process that on the background. We can ask them, do you rent the property? Yes, just in case we have to worry about a landlord. Is your billing address different? Yes, here it is. When it gets into actual services. So this is how we know what level of demand is actually out there, by gathering real customer information. Are they interested in phone service? Yes, I need phone line. I'm going to be porting it from this provider. So again, this is more of a fiber sign-up form. We have other sign-up forms that are more wireless based. So if you're doing a 900 wireless play or 2.4, or even ones that are more based on DSL, all the questions have to go along with the type of technology you're looking to provide. So on the reverse side of that, we're obviously very interested in that central area that we're targeting, so you saw in the Connect Illinois, but we're also interested in areas outside of that. So if I select an address that's a little outside of this build, so these are where I'm focused, but I'm also very concerned with everything out here because I know new grant opportunities are going to be coming along in the future, and I don't want to miss out on that customer information because when you're looking at this type of deployment, data is essential. Having good, clean information on customers and their locations is absolutely critical. I select a different address. This one will be a little outside of the build, just kind of showing how the different addresses get redirected to different forms. This one would go to an interest form where we're collecting just basic contact information. So hopefully when the time comes and we can get to this location, we can reach back out to them because they've already told us, hey, we're out here, we're interested in service, whatever service that happens to be, and then we can make decisions a little more accurately based on hard numbers. So that's all more customer facing. That's where we're directing traffic. That's where we're pushing people to go submit their information, get signed up for service. Everything flows for us into a back-end Salesforce application. So I'm not sure if anybody's worked with Salesforce in the past, but we've kind of repurposed it more for how a telco does business. So as people are submitting interest, signing up, everything flows into here where it all lands in one location where we can make this information a little bit more actionable. So when we're talking about marketing to new communities, having solid data to work off of for marketing purposes is absolutely critical. So Rebecca would have signed up recently, and we have the kind of our assembly line, our different stages that she'll go through as she's filling out the rest of her information, signing her service agreement. Dale, you can see what stage Dale's in. I can see what services he selected. Here's the service address. Here is the fiber hood that he falls in. Here's what phase that fiber hood's in. So it's having a good, accurate picture of that customer. A lot of that gets tied to our build area through our service addresses. So we want to try to get as many possible locations loaded in our system as we can so that we have that data out there for customers to choose that, and then we can tie that to our build areas. So this is where our management team will spend a lot of time. So before we put all of this together, we were kicking information out into spreadsheets, running it manually, trying to get an idea of payback modeling, everything else. When we did this, we were able to have one location where we can just see it. At a moment's glance, it's right here. I can see that, okay, Connect, Illinois, round 1, area 18. I'm looking at 222 addresses. I'm currently at a 26% penetration rate. I've got 58 people currently signed up. Now, to reach our goal, and for Adams, it's always been a 60-month payback. Now, sometimes that's not always feasible depending on the location and what you're trying to do, but in this case, with grant money included, we know that this area is going to cost us roughly $250,000. And I'm currently looking at an ARPU of about 8073. Now, that 8073 is based off of what these 58 people actually selected for service. I can see I'm currently sitting at a 53-month payback. This is where our sales team lives. This is where our management team lives. So this is where we use both feasibility studies and real-time data to try to get a more accurate picture of should we proceed with this build or should we not. Now, again, if it's a grant opportunity or something like that, you've already applied and you have to move forward. But we use this information primarily for when we're looking at grant opportunities, how much interest do we actually have within that current area? We pull up one of our target areas here. Now, as people are submitting information, we have everything plot automatically behind the scenes. So every one of these blue dots would have been somebody that's submitted interest. Now, fortunate for us, we've been taking interest for the last 3 years. So we've got a good data set to work with. So when we're looking at what census blocks are available, we can align that with our current interest and say, okay, well, we want to go here, here, and here because we already know that we have X amount of people interested in service. I can see here, Danny Fessler would have submitted interest at some point. And we try to be clear with them on the marketing side. It's all about the message, right? That we can't currently serve you today, but the only way for us to potentially serve you in the future is by submitting that form and letting us know you're out there. That we don't know which roads are the best ones to go down. We don't know where those pockets of interest are going to form without that kind of information. And our feasibility studies will only get us so far as saying, okay, this is what we think is going to happen. In this scenario, when we look at this, we know exactly what's going to happen before we start to invest in that, whatever particular infrastructure we're looking at putting in. Along with the map data, we can try to get a better understanding of where we're at as a company as a whole. Once we have that information in one location, it's pretty easy for us to generate these dashboards. So this is where our sales team is living, our customer care team, our management, our installers, because they're trying to get a good understanding of where we need resources, especially from a management perspective. If I look out here and I see that our sales team is knocking it out of the park, but we're only installing 3 people a month. Okay, what's the holdup? What's the bottleneck? Where do we need to invest in resources? Do we need additional contractors? Do we need additional installers? Is it splicers? What do we need to do to get these things balanced out? You can see our sales per day, per month, per year. The one that I typically look at, so a lot of this is about us forecasting, is our year-to-date installs. So about the end of September 2018, we had installed 3,000 new customers. End of September 2019, we were at about 2,000, and so far in 2020, we're at about 2,200. Now, I know that we've had a couple strong months coming up in 2019 that we're going to have to meet in order to, try to get this number above the 3,000 install mark. But this tells me about where we're going to end up. Now, because we have all of this in a Salesforce platform, there's a number of different things that we can include to improve efficiencies. We have our service agreement is tied to this platform where at the click of a button, we can send it out for an electronic signature and come back. So it's about making things as efficient and automated as we possibly can. But for us, with this level of growth, it was either become considerably more efficient or increase headcount drastically. And obviously, becoming more efficient is just more cost effective. Jump back to... That's kind of a look behind the scenes at some of the tools that we've used in our deployment strategies, and a number of companies have also, to try to make things quite a bit easier on our staff internally. And I almost forgot, from a marketing standpoint, on the fiberhood level, we can actually see, so this is one of our Quincy fiberhoods. I can pull up every piece of marketing that we've sent to that particular fiberhood. So we're looking at getting the word out, establishing your brand, letting people know that this is what we're going to be doing in the future, trying to get people excited for a new technology, a new deployment, a new service. It's all about marketing. And in some of our areas, we had 95 fiberhoods. So for our marketing team, which consists of 2 people, that's quite a bit to look after. with this, we can track on every fiber hood what we've sent, when was the last time we sent something, if we sent something 2 weeks ago, what was it that we sent out. So I can see, this is going back in time, about 2000, this is one of our already built fiber hoods, so 2018, we sent, who sent it out, what time they sent it out. Let's look for a postcard. Okay, this is what we sent out. This is what postcard looks like. So at the time we were looking for contract buyouts to remain competitive with the incumbent in the area. So we're constantly running reports and metrics out of this data set that we have primarily for marketing purposes. I mean, that is 90% of what we're looking to do. Mainly because in most of our new areas that we go into, sales isn't even allowed to touch it until marketing's had it for about 2 months. And that's just them sending postcards, sending emails. We used to be able to do door-to-door sales, but that's kind of fallen by the wayside. Kind of a quick look at, these are probably the standards that most companies are going to be doing. Testimonials, automated calls, anything you can do. So if you're looking at, a tribal run network or partnering with an ISP, these are all the different tools that are at your disposal to try to get the word out as much as you possibly can. Our goal for our competitive markets was to make Adams Fiber a household name. We didn't want anybody to question what we were doing or how we were going to do it. We wanted them to know well ahead of time, this is what we're doing, this is how much it costs, this is the process to get signed up. I can tell you just from in our areas, yard signs were extremely effective just because it had that pull that people would see it day in and day out. Every time they drive home, they'd see, hey, go get signed up for Adams Fiber. Those were a huge hit. But a lot of it is dependent on the community and the demographic. I think we've seen in one of the other presentations that there is no one size fits all. So it's about understanding the customer base. It's about listening to them. It's about trying to put your message out there as much as you possibly can to make them aware of what you're trying to do. So I'm going to stop there, and we'll go back to questions while we still have a little bit of time. I stopped sharing. That should give it back to you, Stephanie.
Great, thank you. Well, I guess turn back on. Do we have, this is a great opportunity, operator, if you'd like to give us the cue for questions again, please. And
as a reminder, if you would like to ask As a reminder to ask a question, please press star 1. I am showing no questions at this time.
Excellent. I appreciate the opportunity. If anybody has any questions about kind of the tool set that we've used in the past and how we've kind of made our company more efficient over the last few years, just reach out. We're happy to discuss.
Great. Thank you so much, Jacob, for joining us today. We really appreciated that. It looks like we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but we're going to go ahead now and take our break. So we will take a break right now, and we'll return at 4 p.m. Eastern Time for a presentation from MuralNet on the economics of 2.5 gigahertz broadband networks. Thank you all. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the last session of today's iteration of the National Tribal Broadband Summit. I'm excited to turn it over now to Marielle Triggs with MuralNet for a presentation on the economics of 2.5 gigahertz COVID networks. Take it away, Mariel.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Thank you for making it through today and joining my session here. We're going to be talking about the 2.5 gigahertz COVID networks that have been going up. We've been working with many tribes to go ahead and do that, about one a month. And I want to tell you how they went about it, the major considerations, the lesson learned, because I know a lot of folks are going to be building similar networks in the next few months. Plus, eventually you're going to want to make sure that they're sustainable and not just dependent on CARES money. But if you will, next slide, please. Let me tell you a little bit more about what we're going to be doing. Obviously, I need to tell you about the nonprofit NeuroNet myself, tell you about what we normally do, and like many of you, 2020 has changed things. So we'll talk about what 2.5 gigahertz networks are and what these emergency networks that we've been building this year have taught us. We'll give you the real talk. We'll tell you exactly what's happened, the pros, the cons, in order to make sure that folks can build wonderful networks in the future, and then discuss the next steps and take questions. Feel free to ask questions in the chat during the meeting as well. There'll be points where I will definitely pause to make sure we're all on the same place. So next slide. So who are we? We are a nonprofit. We started in Silicon Valley, founded in 2017, and our original goal was to address the homework gap on tribal land. I came along as a volunteer that year. I am an engineer. I only had the choice between engineer, lawyer, and doctor from my parents. My mom came from the Philippines, and my father from Chile, and they both migrated to the Bay Area because they wanted to make sure their future generations had a chance to have an excellent education and social economic mobility. After being an engineer for a while, I actually went into teaching and became an educational researcher and was helping to develop apps that would stimulate growth mindsets within students in the goals of, furthering that motivation in order to pursue STEM fields. And it was successful. We were able to make online applications that with just a few interventions, watching a video in August, you'd have better outcomes throughout the school year where students would perform better on the classes tests, they would report enjoying the classes more, and they would actually report that they could see themselves in STEM fields in the future. On the side, I was volunteering with NeuroNet, and what we were doing was trying to figure out what were the major barriers preventing tribes from being connected in the rural areas. And we hit on some big wins, and I'll describe them in a second as I go over our history. But the main thing that I want to make sure is out there is our goal is not to become like a production, and we're not trying to connect every single community. The way we hope that our work will be at scale is we really try to take this super tough problem, throw all of our resources at it, work well with tribes in order to come up with those solutions, and then share that story out. We focus on smaller tribes, and this presentation is really geared towards the smaller tribes that are new to this tribal telecom space. And if you want something more in-depth for your specific economic situation, we can probably help you find some good partners to do that. Next slide. So it's been a whirlwind 3 years since our inception. Like I said, we started off as a volunteer organization, and what we came about was a network-in-a-box solution to connect tribal lands. We were working with different companies in Silicon Valley to put together the hardware and the software such that we could build the tech stack, we call it network in the box again, and it would be able to connect people cheaply and easily and quickly to broadband. We call them learning builds in the way that we can go about and try out these different beta testings, figure out things from them, and come up with a better product. And one of the things that we stumbled upon was 2.5 gigahertz spectrum was really ideal for rural tribal deployments. It was frozen at the time to get access to it, so we developed the capacity and the expertise to apply for a special temporary authority from the FCC so that tribes could get access to that spectrum. And we worked with the Havasupai tribe in 2017 and 2018 to do that. The space around 2.5 gigahertz changed around that time. The Special Temporary Authority, otherwise known as an STA, it's temporary. It's essentially like a permit. And when the Havasupai tribe was able to put up their network so quickly, it was actually the youngest councilwoman on tribal council who spearheaded it, Councilwoman Ophelia Wadahamashikolis. They were able to build, and she had a huge vision of being able to do things like start an online charter school, make use of resources at the local University of Northern Arizona University, and working with Dr. Chad Hamill there, who's head of Native Affairs and Initiatives. Now, she wasn't going to do all that on a permit, though. She wanted to make sure she had a permanent license to all these different tools before she got the hopes and the dreams of her people on this network. And what I mean by that is when it comes to education in SUPAI, it ends at 8th grade for the brick and mortar. If any of the students there want to pursue higher education in the sense of high school, they would actually have to leave the community, go to boarding school, or stay with family or friends during the school week and then return home. So she pushed really hard throughout 2018 and 2019 to get her permanent license at first. She was told that Chairman Pai had come up with this idea of a rural tribal window, which was essentially a chance for tribes to claim spectrum that was unlicensed before it was auctioned off to the highest bidder. And that's essentially what happened, is she fought hard, got the permanent license, and that was the same week as when the rural tribal window was announced. Then COVID hit. What we were doing in the past is we'd make these little pilot builds, and they quickly changed to emergency builds. They're essentially the same thing. Put up some equipment on existing infrastructure, existing towers, existing rooftops, and connect homes right away. And I'll go more into the details of how we do that. And what we're worried about is building up where we have all these COVID networks that are dependent on subsidies like CARES funding and such that isn't exactly going to be there in the future for sure. So the question is now, how do we make these tribal networks sustainable? And we partnered with Cisco for a sustainable tribal network program. Next slide. And we've been building these emergency networks all throughout this year. Here's a list of some of our partners. These are specifically partners that have built 2.5 gigahertz tribal networks. We have other partners who've been working in some other spectrum spaces in order to deploy networks to connect their people in these strange times. And the goal of each of these, again, is not just production. It's not just connecting folks. So what can we learn from them? And from each of these builds, we got some pretty amazing lessons. Some of these were signs that, all that was really needed was infrastructure. And what I mean by that, for example, Navajo Technical University, all we had to do is drop off equipment. They had the climbers, they had the expertise, they had the network. They were able to put it all up themselves. Some folks really wanted it fast, and we got to learn what you would need to do in order to make it happen fast. Lower Rural Sioux Tribe, I believe the first tribal council meeting about it was July 2nd of this year, and they had a working network July 27th. And they're expanding it to, I think, include 600 homes, 300 to 600 homes, and that should be done in a few weeks. And some were all about the stages. For example, Pueblo Zuni, they started off with emergency education network that became then a CBRS network for a while, and then it became an emergency COVID network, and now they're looking to expand it even further. So really working with the community and ratcheting it up to make sure that they get what they want and don't build something they don't need. Next slide, please. Oh, I need to put a call out there, too. We're not the only ones building. Tribal Telecom has a ton of amazing people in it and amazing partnerships. There's a lot going on in Northern California. The Pueblos in New Mexico are doing some really amazing things to develop their own private LTE networks. It's a really rich time in tribal telecom. My prediction is we're going to have about 100 tribal networks within the year. And I think within 5 years, I put that almost at 350. And if anyone is If anyone's willing to take me up on that bet, my email is marielle@muralnet.org. My preferred method is over under, but I feel pretty strongly that this is going to happen. In the beginning, back in 2018 and 2019, what we would do is we would partner with a tribal community, and we'd start by trying to figure out what are their assets when it comes to building a network and what are their needs when it comes to building a network. From that, we develop a pilot. What I mean by a pilot is usually one cell, an existing structure, connecting anywhere from 20 to 45 homes, although we've pushed it all the way up to 60 in the past. And we'd let it run for a couple months. We'd learn about it. Our community partners would learn about it. Outside organizations and industry would learn about it. And from that, and from getting familiar with each other and each other's strengths and needs, we were usually able to put together partnerships and such that when we do the expansion, we can do a much more well-informed network plan. That way you're not building what you don't need. There's too often I would drive through different reservations and I'd see old equipment that was once cutting edge just rotting on the vine. Affiliate would always bring up telehealth equipment that would be in a closet because there was no enough bandwidth for the telehealth equipment to actually connect outside of the village. So that is something we're trying to avoid, really doing that thorough assessment to make sure that what's built is actually useful and what the tribe wants. And it's all about vision. When I ask the tribe, what is it you're looking for? I'm not looking for them to give me a set speed. I'm not looking for them to give me a set type of technology. I want to know how their community is going to be operating in the future. How do they see broadband actually interfacing with their public safety, with their education, with elders, with economic development? And once we get a sense of what they would hope from connection to the internet and sufficient internet, then we can go about and plan the tech. It's not just about coverage. Too many times we did coverage maps in the beginning that technically met whatever build-out standards or whatever we thought the tribe needed, and so many times we were wrong. It took us a good year to really learn how to listen, and it's something we constantly work on. One of the ways we do that is after all of these builds, we stick around. We're pretty loyal, and we support our partners' vision and partnerships, and we are there in the capacity that they need. And usually after about a year, all it is really helping to facilitate relationships with some of the outside organizations, and then we just keep stepping further and further back as that trust and those ties and that communication strengthens. Next slide. And I don't have to tell you what's happened. Already before COVID, the connectivity on tribal lands, on rural tribal lands, was usually twice as bad as the connectivity on their non-tribal rural counterparts. And you could be looking at access to fiber, you could be looking at access to broadband speeds, all sorts of different things. What I noticed in all the stats, and I love my stats, is it usually seems to be twice as much that you would have this connectivity for tribal rural people versus non-tribal rural people. So you already had the issues with people not being able to take advantage of distance learning or telehealth. Now, throw in COVID. I haven't seen good statistics yet, and I'm very, very grateful to those policy groups who are going out and gathering that information, but I just imagine it's been exacerbated. The stat that I decided to hold on to, because I think it's quite telling, is this idea of, do you have access to an internet provider at all? And one of the things I like about it is it really kind of shows the underlying motivation of how internet connectivity has been driven in the United States. It's our coverage maps are basically dictated by market forces. You build where there's a business case. And there hasn't been a business case for networks on rural tribal lands for the most part, as seen by outside folks. And the reason why I qualify that is sometimes people don't know the assets that these tribal communities have. And also for a lot of these tribal communities, it's not about a business case. It's not about developing billing plans such that you know how much to charge for 10.1 speeds or 25.3 speeds or anything like that. Sometimes it's just about connectivity. One of my favorite learning builds is we were testing some beta equipment on 2.5 for an outside company, and we were with the Makah tribe, and we set it up, and we're covering Nia Bay, their main village, and with this one device, maybe a total of like 30 pounds of equipment on one tower, we were able to basically cover about 90% of the community. And we went up and down every street testing signal strength, and it was amazing. And we went to this one grove. The Makah tribe are at the northwest corner of the continental United States. So in the middle of the Olympic rainforest, and the signal was blasting through 65 feet of trees, delivering speeds that were higher than 50 megabytes per second. So I was super happy. I was amazed. Everyone's high-fiving, literally. And one of the first things that they did was they took that equipment and they turned it 90 degrees to face this neighborhood of maybe 12 houses. And they wanted to test how it would perform there, and that was interesting to me. And I'm like, why these 12 homes? And it was just very simple to them. It's the people who need it most. And that's not something that would be necessarily what a major telecommunications firm would do. They're not going to point it to need, but they're going to point it to sustainability and profitability as they understand it. And not only that, because it was their own private LTE network, because it was their own equipment on their own backhaul on their own land, they didn't have to ask anyone. They could just point it where they wanted it. One of my favorite quotes is actually at an FCC meeting in Montana where this man standing rock turned towards the FCC representative and said, "My communal culture doesn't understand your capitalistic motivations." And this is important because when we're trying to figure out how to make these tribal networks sustainable, it really opens up a whole world of other possibilities. So let me get a little bit into the science and the costs and just do a kind of an overview. And this is where I definitely want you all to ask questions as you have them. So next slide. Cellular equipment is actually pretty simple. Just imagine two machines talking. You know, what's up on the tower and what's in your hand or in your home. Whether it's a cell phone that's working on a cellular LTE system or a hotspot, or in this case, what we call CPEs, customer premises equipment. Basically, the end user devices at home. And I like to break it down into 4 components. When it comes to the physical stuff that you can touch, the stuff that you see in the homes, like the CPEs, the stuff that you see on the towers, that cellular equipment, you often see those rectangles and such that are antennas and such. Backhaul, which is just a super fancy way of the internet pipe that connects you to the rest of the world on the internet. And lastly, the airwaves. So when I say broadcasting internet, if you imagine radio waves, you know, your FM and AM dial, and turning it to a certain frequency, and you're getting this one-way communication from a tower that's, starting off somewhere else, broadband is essentially the same. You just have to crank the dial a lot to, I guess that would be the right, from megahertz to gigahertz. And then all of a sudden you're in a range that can travel really far. It's amazing, but it's a two-way communication too. The equipment's designed to be two-way, not just one-way. And that's essentially what's happening in the air. You're getting these devices to talk to each other. Just like with radio, this spectrum has different rules for it, different regulations, or else it would be very difficult to manage. And I'm now going to go into each of these a little bit more in depth so you can understand how you figure out how much it costs, both for capital costs and for monthly and operational costs. So next slide. Okay, backhaul. This is a huge factor when it comes to your operational costs. There's many different choices for technology for your backhaul, and it's all negotiable, the cost. So you definitely want to do your homework. Don't just go with what the first person has given you. And a lot of folks are in situations where they only have one internet service provider that they know of. That's, I can look up online and they can tell me how much it costs. Remember that they're getting their backhaul from someone, So I call it going Costco on it, figure out who that wholesaler is if possible. And then there's always other technologies that if you're willing to compromise on some things, you can even use satellite. So let's start with fiber. Basically, exactly what it sounds like. It's a cable. It has these long streams of light. They call it one strand. You can buy them in several strands, 2 to 288. I've heard of a bundle of 712, and it's just this cable that you literally lay down. You can dig a trench and make it buried. You can make it hang from aerial. That'll change the cost. It takes a while to install compared to everything else. We're talking months, not including planning and getting the permitting and such, rights of way, that kind of thing. However, it's much faster, it's much more reliable. And you're looking there at a monthly cost. Your goal, I would say, for my partners is usually to try to get it down to 50 cents per megabyte per second. Industry standards, which includes cities, so it doesn't quite apply, would be about 25 cents per megabyte per second. And the high that I've heard for fiber backhaul was 1 gig at $6,000 per month. So there's a situation where you would definitely be looking for leverage to try to talk that down. Remember, when it comes to the people who install the fiber, it's mostly capital costs. Once it's laid down, it doesn't take too much to manage. It's mostly just making sure that there's not any breaks, and if there are, locating it and fixing those and resplicing. So not everyone has fiber, though. You also have microwave. You see those parabolic dishes that face each other. They're often on towers, rooftops, and we normally measure them in hops. So you can shoot from point to point between different microwaves, and there, depending on the distance and the size, obviously the bigger the distance, the more expensive. For most of our microwave hops, they're pretty short. The last one that we did was 2 hops that for a combined 5 miles, and we were looking at installation and equipment. It was $14,000 for the equipment, paying for the climbers, putting it on the towers, all the different accoutrements with that. So the monthly fee for 50 megabytes per second to one of our partners was actually $1,400 a month for only 50 megabytes that they were sharing with the entire community. That obviously goes way down. They were in a situation where they only had one provider, and that provider was actually oversaturated. They really didn't have much to share. Great thing about microwave, you can have 1-day install. Our latest microwave connection was 1 gigabyte per second, and the cost there was about the $14,000 as well. Rental fees for the towers, about $650 a month. And the backhaul provider, for their monthly fee, they were actually providing it for free during COVID time. That's happening a lot. Because of COVID, a lot of folks are offering 2 months free, 1 year free, all of that. Just remember to look ahead. These things will add up. You don't want to be surprised by a cost once the care subsidies go away or the free deal goes away, and then you're faced with a bill that you have to maintain if you want to have that internet access. So then we have satellite. Satellite's going through a huge transformation in the next year, and you've probably heard about Starlink and maybe OneWeb and maybe Astronis or Project Aurora. There's all sorts of different things. But what I want to point out is satellite currently that you can buy commercially is kind of like the satellite you are used to, where there's a slight delay, we call it latency, and it's not necessarily that fast. When we were dealing with some of the traditional satellites, we're actually doing a build right now in Alaska to see if we can use satellite backhaul with a privately owned tribal network. It's going to cost us about $5,000 to install it. Elsewhere in Alaska, what we were finding, it was about $1,000 a month per megabyte per second to be delivered along traditional lines. Install again is fast. However, again, Q2 of 2021, you're going to be looking at those low Earth orbits. There have been a lot of reports that they're performing phenomenally well. in the sense that low latency, they're fast. You can basically think of them as mimicking microwaves, if not even being better than that. It's still a beta technology, and essentially it's this mesh network in the sky. Imagine a bunch of toaster-sized satellites flowing at a low Earth orbit, and your satellite dish is just connecting to the one that passes by. And when there's about 50 of them, it's pretty easy to get all these toasters to align and talk with each other. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens when you have 10,000 of them up in the sky. So that is one beta technology that's getting really good reviews right now, but we want to see where it goes. I'm always a big fan of being part of the second wave of a new tech that's new. That's new. There's also something called micro geo, which is exactly what it sounds like. Micro in the sense of a smaller satellite, and geo in the sense of geosynchronous orbit. It's kind of what we're used to in the past. It's higher than the LEOs, so it'll still have some latency. It'll still take a little time for that signal to travel all the way to the satellite and back down to Earth. However, it's going to be like a fire hose. And it's going to be a lot cheaper because putting up a satellite that folds down to 1 yard by 1 yard by 1 yard and then expands out versus some of those huge, multi-ton traditional satellites, it's going to be a game changer there as well, especially when it comes to negotiating down prices from the fiber, from the microwave. Just to have that competition is going to make a huge difference. If you're doing satellites, don't get locked into a multi-year deal just yet. The landscape's going to change. Next slide. So when it comes to the spectrum, I'm going to go over this just lightly because this particular presentation is focused on 2.5 gigahertz spectrum. We have built in every spectrum except for something called TV white space. That is pretty common for LTE networks. There is some that's unlicensed, which means you can just go ahead and use it. Wi-Fi, for example, operates on 2.4 and 5 gigahertz. It's free to use, but guess what? Anyone can use it, and what ends up happening is you often get competing signals. So remember how all these devices are talking to each other? If everyone's talking on the same frequency, you hear both, and then it gets confusing. You'll see that a lot, or you're probably most experienced it when you're on maybe a long road trip and you're listening to your favorite song on the radio, and all of a sudden you're getting close to in between two different broadcasts, and they're competing, and it's just ruining your favorite tunes. It's not that you don't hear the other radio station, it's that you hear both radio stations. So that kind of interference is something that we'd want to avoid. That doesn't travel that far. You have to be able, the two devices basically have to see each other, so it's not necessarily ideal. 2.5 gigahertz, keep it simple. It's protected. No one can use it but the license holder, in which this case will be tribes. There was over 400 applications to the FCC for 2.5 gigahertz spectrum over their land. Travels really far with a nice balance of throughput, and it can go through leaves. Remember what it did at Macaw. It blasted through 65 feet of solid Washington State rainforest. And then there's something called 3.5 gigahertz or CBRS, Citizens Broadband Spectrum, and that's a shared one, which basically is, while there's some of it's protected, people can have priority. If it's not being used around you, you can go ahead and use it. And that's all controlled by different SASs, which are basically it's like unlicensed, except all the machines have kind of like this big brother controlling them. And Big Brother can power down one of the cellular equipment if it's interfering with somebody else. And in order to fund and run that, it costs money. So here, for every home that's connected, for every subscriber, you're looking at the cheapest fee that we are paying right now is $2.15 per subscriber per month. When I'm dealing with a small college network to connect faculty, maybe 40 people, not that big of a deal. But if you're looking to connect your whole community, it can really, really add up. So again, you can see why 2.5 is ideal. Next slide. And then there's infrastructure. I cannot say this enough. Own the infrastructure on your land. Anything physical. Towers, CPEs, fiber, anything that's going on your land, get it in your name, whether it's being subsidized by the federal government, whether you put in the dollars to put it in yourself, because it's just the gift that keeps on giving. We've worked with different tribes who will rent out like a 12-foot by 12-foot square on their land, and then somebody puts up a tower. They might be renting that out for, actually I don't know how much they were renting it out for, but it was less than $1,000 a month. Meanwhile, on that tower, you have these different levels. And each level, you can rent out space. And like I said before, the cheapest space that I'm renting out is about 40 feet on the tower, and I'm being charged $650 a month for it, and that's a deal. The highest we're dealing with is $1,200 a month. So if you imagine that you have several layers here, and that's just for one piece of equipment on one of those layers, you can see how it adds up. It's like this apartment building. So why not build your own tower and get that money for yourself? If you do have someone else build a tower that they own, which happens a lot, make sure you negotiate space on that tower, because that will allow you to build out your own networks eventually, and you won't have to pay that monthly fee. And remember, everything is negotiable. So we have towers. The next thing that you see next to it, that's actually a rooftop, and that's called a non-penetrating mount. And this is something we use a lot with our emergency networks and our pilot networks because it's not permanent infrastructure. That steel contraption and pole only cost a couple $100, and those are the highest tech concrete blocks you can imagine. They just weigh it down. We make sure that the roof can take that weight. We make sure that the wind load won't make this blow off the roof. And then we're able to use the building's power, and oftentimes it's backhaul. So this is a really easy and fast way to erect a network using your vertical assets. If you don't have towers, we can use the tallest buildings that you've got. One of the infrastructure that often goes unseen and has caught the surprise of some of our partners is looking actually at your existing server rooms, switches, routers, everything between the antenna and your backhaul. And what's going on there is you have your own tribal network usually. And not everyone has an IT person who quite understands what's going on, or it's often farmed out to some outside entity who you pay a monthly fee and they manage it for you. By putting up this LTE network on one of the ends, you're opening it up to a lot of users. And we've seen some security issues. Having that many more people on the network, you're going to have some reliability issues. There's a lot of things going on there that when it came down to actually trying to shore up that tribal network infrastructure in order to be able to handle this larger network, sometimes nothing needed to be done, $0, but the high has been $80,000 in upgrades to the switches, the server rooms, all of that. So that's something you don't want to overlook. And if you're doing a feasibility study, you want to make sure that you get your existing infrastructure assessed. So that's the stuff that's up on the towers. I want to move over to what's on the homes. And here you can see two different devices. One called an indoor CPE, and the other one is an outdoor CPE. And you can see that Armando on the left, he's the head of facilities at half of the 5 tribes. The installation for that indoor CPE is he has the homeowner, or not the owner, but the person in the home, plug it in and turn it on, and that's it. Place it in a window if you want better signal. As long as you're close enough, usually within 1.5 miles of wherever your source of signal is, you're going to get really good speeds. 10-1 at least. We usually get broadband. I've gotten up to 60 megabytes per second down. I have colleagues who reported up in the hundreds. So that device usually costs us, lowest was about $100, highest was about $240. They have different accoutrements, just like a hotspot, taking that private LTE signal rather than a Verizon signal or T-Mobile signal and converting it to Wi-Fi. Installation, especially in COVID times, this has been our much preferred way because I can just put the SIM card, leave it on the doorstep, make sure we sanitize it, and then the homeowner can just grab it and plug it in, and you're fine. No contamination, people are safe. Meanwhile, for the other one, you can see that you have to install it on the house. You have to drill a hole in the house somehow in order to feed a Ethernet cable in, and then you have a separate Wi-Fi router inside the house. Much more work, much more, there's more issues when it comes to permitting and all that, so you can see it's a higher cost. And the highest that we were quoted was $600 per install, and the company was claiming it can only do 3 installs a day. So you can see how that can quickly add up. Next slide. By the way, one thing I have to say about this cellular equipment, it's pretty robust. It's pretty cheap. The Nisqually tribe in 2012 put up a 2.5 network on what's called WiMAX versus LTE. They're using the same equipment. It's been 8 years and it's working fine. Anytime the network has gone down, it's because they lost power and nothing to do with the cellular equipment. So to revisit, and this is where I want to stop for any questions about the cost of these different things. Backhaul, negotiable, different choices, even though it doesn't seem like it. You're going to want to do your homework to see who your providers are. I recommend broadbandnow.com. But then you want to do your homework even further to figure out who are the providers for your provider. And there's different ways to go about that. And then there's always usually a satellite option in order to give you something to bargain with. Spectrum, you have unlicensed, which in most rural areas will be okay. 2.5 gigahertz is definitely the gold standard right now. And no matter what, I don't think I've built a network that's intended to be just one frequency. You're going to want to make sure you fill it in with other frequencies as well. Infrastructure, I'll say it again, own the infrastructure on your own land, figure out a way. I recommend overbuilding. Too many times I end up with a tower that, they had to get something 80 feet up and they use a Roam 45 that's like that big and it just goes straight up and they have some guide wires. That was great for getting one radio off the ground to the height that you needed, but you can't rent space off of it. It can't take any more equipment. So overbuild your towers and you can make up a lot of that money and make a profit by renting space to telecommunications firms. FirstNet, which is an AT&T program being rolled out for public safety. There's going to be a lot of 5G rollout that's subsidized by the federal government in the next coming years, and guess what? They're going to need some place to hang their equipment. So let's move on to the next slide. And if there's any questions, you can go ahead and put in the chat. Okay, this is a big deal. I think of it as 4 cards. You have your backhaul, you have your spectrum, you have your infrastructure, and then finally, who's going to provide the service. And what I mean by that is sometimes you hold that card, sometimes a trusted partner holds that card, sometimes maybe someone you don't trust so much holds that card. So what I see is it's always this negotiation between these 4 cards, but before you negotiate, you're really going to want to think in the future, what is my tribe, my tribal entity, what do we want from the service? And what I mean by that is, do you want to develop the ability within your own community, if you don't have it already, to run an internet service provider? A lot of times, I would say 1/3 of the time, our partners say yes, and not only that, they want to become providers for folks outside their tribal land, subsidize their tribal members' internet through charging these other non-tribal members. This is something similar to what the Nisqually did, in which case, what you're going to want to do is develop that business acumen. You're going to want to get some sort of mentorship program or work with existing tribal telecommunications firms who have been amazing at providing mentorship and support. But you're basically running a business. And if you're running a business, guess what? It takes twice as many people. A lot of folks just want to include it within their own tribal network. Diné College, they extended out their intranet to connect the faculty around them. And they were able to do that just within house. Their tribal IT department had one person designated to run the LTE network. So the question is, do you want to do it yourself? Do you want to develop an enterprise? If so, what kind of enterprise? Do you want to negotiate and have someone outside run it, but then maybe switch some of these cards? Like, hey, you run our network, but at the same time, you get to use our infrastructure and also service, say, T-Mobile hosting the roaming services in the area or something of that sort. I see someone putting up that a farmer client is using hotspots. That's perfect. So Hotspots, I have they're not my favorite, I'll be honest, because hotspots, when people refer to them, they're usually referring to hotspots that are connected to major telcos networks, the Verizon, the T-Mobiles, that kind of thing. And these CPEs that I'm talking about, customer premises unit, CPE, they are essentially a hotspot, except they run on your own network. So imagine instead of having to pay that subscription fee that you have to pay to Verizon and whatnot, you have this farmer who's running some sensors or something of that sort. The Internet of Things is huge. Instead of having to pay a monthly fee for that, if you put up your own private LTE network, you could be paying yourself or not paying anything or doing something that really lowers your cost. Are there any concerns about the footprint of your wireless network? For 2.5, the concerns might be making sure you meet your build-out requirements. I think almost all of our networks met the FCC's build-out requirements to satisfy licenses with the pilot networks. It's not too difficult. And also possibly going over tribal boundaries or things of that sort, in which case you might need to negotiate with whoever will or does own the spectrum or the license of the spectrum in those outside places. So I'm seeing some great questions going here. Definitely you can get my contact info. Here's a great one. So a lot of this stuff is subsidized by the federal government. And that includes infrastructure, there's RDOF funds, all these different things. And if some outside entity has gotten that contract, they're supposed to confer with you about how to use that money to connect yourself. And sometimes it works out, sometimes not. You want to try to develop that relationship. But also, one of my favorite tribes, and they want to go unnamed, they literally have an outside provider was given millions of dollars to lay down fiber across their reservation. And for each home they connect, they get hundreds of dollars plus whatever monthly fee. And what that tribe has decided to do is put up their own private LTE network so that their constituents can have a choice and they can provide for their own people and not be beholden just to that one group. And there's partnerships. If people have the right heart, the right intent, what we find is one of the best things that we provide is we help foster that relationship, help with communication, help with any sort of barriers that might be there so that you can build that local trust relationship and have a mutually beneficial relationship that ends up with the tribes being connected and people getting a nice rich ecosystem there. So next one. Got a question, so why isn't everyone that uses hotspots just buying CPEs? Because CPEs, customer premises units, and that's just it's a generic name for any home thing. They have to connect to a specific network, and if you don't have the network, then they don't have anything to connect to. So right here, I'm being bombarded by all sorts of different airwaves. I have Verizon here, I have AT&T here, I have T-Mobile here, but I don't have the Happy-Supply network here. If the Happy-Supply put up this network system of, this equipment, the base station, the antenna, and I had the CPE, then I wouldn't have to use the infrastructure from those other companies. It gives me a choice. Is there any way to help our local tribal members but distant members as well? If you don't have signal, if you don't have the bars, they cannot necessarily be on your network. One of the things I've seen, though, is people negotiate where they give access to different companies where they are at, and they trade that for access for their members in other places, usually urban places. So that was really, really neat. So where do we get the funding? Well, before all of this happened with COVID, before the year 2020, we were mainly funded with our tribal partners. We'd work with our tribal partners through our learning bills. So we were subsidized by Silicon Valley by doing beta testing of equipment, software, different models that way. And these learning bills still go on. We still do that kind of work. The cellular equipment is really cheap. You're going to see how cheap it is in a second. So a lot of times it fits in your discretionary budget, your IT budget. We work with other nonprofits, people-centered internet. They have a project, Eagle Feather, which last year, before all this happened, was funding the Happy tribes to make their own sustainable plan to maintain their network. Remember, they have microwave backhaul, which is pretty expensive. Or right now it's free because they get it from Niles Radio Communications, but once it gets beefed up, Niles Radio Communications is going to put in bigger microwaves so that they get more throughput, but they're going to have to pay a monthly fee. Their idea was, if you've never been to Arizona, it's at the bottom of the Grand Canyon, their idea is like, okay, we have 30,000 visitors visiting our falls. It's one of the most beautiful places. So with the people-centered internet seed funding, they were going to bring internet connectivity to the campground. And then that way, when everyone's taking their beautiful pictures, they could charge for a Wi-Fi access in order to upload that to the Instagrams, communicate with their friends and family, etc. Be careful whenever you only have one funding stream. COVID, the lockdown of the community in order to protect its people and their elders, that is on pause now. So they're looking for different ways to fund that internet provided to their community for free. That's not just dependent on tourism. And now it's what we, like I said before, it's what we see as the big issue. So we're working with Cisco in order to make these tribal networks that have either been built as this emergency situation. How can we transfer them to be sustainable financially, or how do we start off with these networks being sustainable? So next page, next slide. Let's keep this one pretty quick. I just really want to highlight $11,000 to deploy it. Internet to 30 homes with Pueblo Zunis Tribal College, $11,000. Especially Community College and the Career Readiness Center wanted to connect people off their campus. We had mostly volunteers or in-house people doing the labor. The only folks we had to pay for were Navajo tower climbers. You can see how much they cost. It was a pair. The equipment was fairly cheap. This is off-the-shelf equipment, but carrier grade. We have different equipment we use, and it's all depending on the situation. If it's just a small build, then we will use bicells equipment, which is basically can hold about 25 people at broadband speeds. If we have a bigger deployment that needs more throughput and they have less vertical assets, then we'll use the airspan or something else that has a much higher capacity. From there, we can connect 65 homes to broadband speeds. And again, you can see the results there. On the heat map, green is essentially places where we can use indoor CPEs, or I can just hand it to folks and they plug it in, and the red is where we would have to use outdoor CPEs. And you can see that there's a lot of areas that actually don't have coverage. That's the thing about emergency networks. You try to get it up, connect as much as you can, as fast as you can, but it's not necessarily going to meet all the needs of your people. Next one. And here I want to give you the sense of how fast these roll out. I told you about Lower Little Sioux rolling out in less than a month for their situation. Macaw Tribe did something pretty similar. We had been talking for a while, but we did an official partnership in the beginning of May, and by the end of May, you can see that was completely functional. And to give you an idea of how powerful this is, those trees, somewhere behind those trees, like 30 feet in, 40 feet in, is where those 12 homes were that I was telling you about. And yeah, they were getting broadband speeds. Simply amazing. The equipment there, that antenna is about $399. Okay, maybe not so about. And that base station, MSRP is maybe $6,000 or $7,000, and we often procure for our partners because we get a better deal. The backhaul for this is they actually have fiber. If you ever hear the Macaw story, I hope if you ever get the chance to hear Crystal How Do We Speak, she does something called quilting, which is essentially they had a feasibility study for public safety for radio done back, 2012 or something like that. And then they broke it up into little pieces. Okay, they had this big project they want to do. They broke it up into little pieces. And what Crystal and the tech team did there, Jasper, Bud, all those folks, is they would match each portion of the project to an appropriate grant, and they've just been stitching it all together. This is the last piece. This last piece is to get residences connected, but yeah, they were able to get fiber through E-rate and then having some space to overbuild there. They did all these different things. Now they're almost done building that network. However, that sustainability plan, I can see Crystal speaking on Friday. She's fabulous. Isn't necessarily there yet. There's been a lot of hand waving, and that's what I want to caution against, even though I'm doing a lot of hand waving in this, because the devil's in the details. You've got to crunch the numbers. Don't just assume, I can negotiate back all of this or this will pay for that. You got to start collecting those numbers, do your homework, and start putting it in your spreadsheets and calculating. Next page. And you can see that both of these tribes are planning to expand and the relative cost. We did some quotes. We worked with these folks, and you can see when it comes to connecting 500 residences, you're looking at about $250,000, but that's just for the LTE equipment. I will really, again, want to caution you folks on hidden costs. They have their own towers. They have their own network, core network, but again, you want to see that core network that has any upgrades it might need, and also their towers are pretty overloaded, I think. That's something that you would want your engineer to come in and say, hey, are these towers sufficient? Are we going to have to build new towers? All of that. So when you go out and do feasibility studies, and I really got to thank the BIA for putting out feasibility grants at the beginning of the summer or late spring, because putting out those feasibility grants really spelled out to people what they should be looking for when they're doing these feasibility studies, so they'd be less likely to overlook some of these big costs. Now, just to give you an idea of how savvy the Macaw are, they worked with me again for some learning builds, so they're going to get some more money. They're going to help me test some different brands of CPEs, and we'll see how they perform. And then the way our learning builds work is they get to keep the CPEs or trade them out for other equipment. So they are amazing that way. Next page. This is the money slide. And what I mean by that is this is the one that if you remember nothing else or you only go to one slide here, this is what you want to look at. The important things that you need to do is you're going to want to have that feasibility study that includes looking for the ways to make it sustainable, looking for a fiscal plan, not just, okay, where do I have to put equipment in order to cover the people I want to cover, but also who are the partners in the area that can help me make this work? How do I want to do this? Do I want to build up my internal capacity within my community to be able to run these networks, or do I just want it run for me and then I do some of that card switching and do those kind of negotiations? So that is huge. The other thing is the conversions to a sustainable network with those new capital costs. So I mentioned with Zuni, you might have to build more towers. You might need to build more fiber. You might need to build out your network because you're growing it so much. Then there's also, we use existing infrastructure. We've never really had to build a tower just yet. And if you're going to do that, there's all sorts of permitting issues, different studies that you have to do, and you're also going to have some regulatory costs. Now, what's cool about it, though, is all the equipment you use that's up on those poles, as you buy more robust equipment, you just move that other equipment to the edges of your network. Nothing's going to go to waste. Even if you end up with fiber to all the homes, you're not going to connect every home to fiber. There's always that one uncle that lives far away that doesn't want to be bothered. Well, now you can connect them using the equipment that you use for the emergency network. And for the operational costs, again, don't just do the hand waving. Break it down. It's going to be very specific to where you are and what you're going to be doing with it. But calculate the numbers. Things that we've seen people forget when they're doing the operational costs. They usually get the cost for the backhaul. They usually get the cost for the services, but they usually look over depreciation if they're doing it on their own. And again, a lot of the regulatory and reporting costs, they don't realize that they're going to need someone part-time in order to be able to do all that. Next slide. Things that go wrong. I can go off of many stories on this, but I only have 5 minutes. So community buy-in. Make sure you're talking to all the right people so the left hand knows what the right hand's doing. Equipment availability. make sure that you can order the equipment and be there on time. Because of so many tribal networks going up during these emergency times, there could be 100 units available on Tuesday, and by Wednesday they're wiped out. It's happened several times now. So also get a trusted vendor who looks out for you. Incomplete site assessment, you're looking at a picture of one right there. I had a tower. It says, oh, we can put stuff on it. However, this tower, which has the wires running through the middle of it, there's no way we could run another wire there. It just stopped the build and delayed us another 2 weeks as we had to essentially extend this tower and give it another pull. Contract assumptions. Sometimes people don't read the fine print. One of the things that have been, sometimes it's the other partners, sometimes it's the tribe, make sure you get a good look at it to see what your options are. If someone's saying that some folks didn't know there was an infrastructure ownership option. If they're on your land, there's got to be some sort of agreement going on. Take a look at it with a deep, a deep look at it. And also, you're a government. You're a sovereign government. So often you can negotiate better rates by negotiating from a government stance rather than a business stance. There's also oftentimes a chance to do enterprises. And sometimes we do have bad partners. I've seen some pretty dirty things happen. And if you're getting several quotes and you're comparing them, then you're going to get a better idea of who might be trying to hose you. Next slide. When it comes to the good partnerships, it takes a lot of work. Again, the intent, you can't do anything about that. They have to have good intentions on both and all sides. However, think about what you want from a partner. One thing that has basically been said by almost everyone that we've worked with is they want someone who will stick by them, not someone who's like fly by night. And it goes both ways. If we can help private industry become more adept at working with tribes, it helps them a lot too. I can't tell you how many industry partners I know of that automatically will go around a tribal land because they assume it's not even worth trying to have a conversation to go through it. And there's so many different examples of networks, I think of ReadyNet and whatnot, where you can work together to do that straight line, that cheaper way of doing it, providing service to the tribe, doing some sort of trade, and everyone can be happier. So the better that we can make these relationships, the more robust networks and more connectivity we'll have in the U.S. And next slide. So as we go through this, things to note. If you're going to build an emergency network, one of the issues that can happen is you could be in a special funding zone for Connect America, ReConnect America, RDOF, all sorts of different things. The Rural Development Opportunity Fund, that's $16 billion that's going to go out next year to build infrastructure. If you build and provide broadband in your area and you were part of one of these special zones, you might lose the ability to get those funds. So that's something you definitely want to check out. You also want to see who won the RDOF in your area or the connectivity grant or anything of that sort, because that's someone that you want to talk to see if you can partner. 2, right now there's a ton of funding going out there, both from governments, and what I've noticed from my tribal partners is that you're usually aware of the government funds, whether it's state government or federal government, but they're not necessarily aware of what's available from private foundations and such. 3, date. Sometimes people have a really trusted partner for a long time, but that doesn't mean they know LTE or they know middle mile. Date around, work together, try to get more quotes to compare. And lastly, if you're going to buy equipment, again, those hotspots, they don't really help you in the long run. Try to buy stuff that you'll be able to use in the future by pushing it to the edge of your network. And last slide. Talk to us. Our purpose, remember, we're a nonprofit. We are trying to figure out those hard problems and break through them. There might be a chance we've already broken through your hard problems and we can connect you to the right tribe or the right partners in order to deal with your situation. Or maybe you got something super unique and we can partner together and go ahead and tackle that. But I invite you to go ahead and reach out to us. We can share more information. We can see what we can do to help you. We offer free quote evaluation. We work with a lot of consultants within tribal telecom because we believe in really maximizing those relationships and working the expertise that's already within communities. So if you have any questions, You can email me at marielle@muralnet.org, or you can contact us at our general info line. Thank you.
Thank you, Marielle. That was really excellent and very informative. I know I definitely learned a lot. At this time, let's go ahead and see if there's anyone who'd like to ask questions from the phone.
As a reminder, *1 if you would like to ask a question. I am showing no questions at this time.
Okay, I think you did an excellent job of addressing questions throughout, Marielle. We had a lot of
I was a teacher for a long time. Folks, feel free to email me. Talk to each other. You have a wealth of information here. This is a great conference. Whenever you have a question, feel free to reach out.
Thank you so much. And with that, we will close out today's meeting. Tomorrow, Marielle leads us into a continuing conversation on the intersection between broadband and COVID-19. So we'll begin tomorrow with a keynote address from Crosby Kemper, Director of the Institute of Museum and Library Services, who we also heard from briefly on Monday. Tomorrow's agenda also includes a panel from federal agencies on broadband and COVID-19 response efforts, followed by you can go on.
I do have one question on the phone.
Excellent.
Okay, check, your line is open.
Hi. We received a grant, our village. Actually, they had the mayor sign off on the grant, and it was for $1.2 million to connect every home, and the provider gave us this grant to sign. I signed it as a mayor. I just so happened to be the president of tribe, and they didn't approach the tribe. There was no discussion in regards to infrastructure options. And when I asked for a copy of that grant, the guy took off really frustrated. Anyway, they got the grant. They put the fiber optics connected to every house. But now we probably have to pay rent instead of owning infrastructure. And I don't know how to deal with this. We got gypped. We weren't the only village.
This is in Alaska. I've actually heard of your situation. And we can talk further, but this is where you want to, this is a situation where I like to assume the best, but think about all the different stakeholders. You have the municipality itself. You have whoever the grant funder was, who doesn't want to come off as a jerk. You have the providers. You have the middle mile folks. While they might have fiber to each home, that still leaves you other ways to bring internet to your community. That might be some nice competition. For example, the wireless networks or some other things along that line. But also just like, hey, they've already spent their $1.2 million. They've made money by connecting the home, but when it comes to continually making money, they don't necessarily have a way unless people are signing up. And there are ways to navigate the situation and negotiate, but the first thing you need to do is a thorough search of who are the stakeholders. And that foundation of whoever gave that grant is actually a key one that people forget. Not the only grant that they give, and again, they did it to help. And if it's not helping the community that they were targeting, they don't want that to be the case. So getting that feedback, getting that relationship is huge. And feel free to contact me. I've actually talked about discussed your situation with some other people.
Yeah, it was FCC that we got the funds from, and it was for our clinic, for our public safety. It might have been for the school, but it was for every house, and for 3 computers in the community building that could be used by anybody. And that was a 2-year agreement for that. Now they have to pay for that, those 3 computers and internet. Anyway, that's kind of what happened to us. We didn't even realize what hit us, and this was 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago. That's why we don't know, you know. I guess they were ahead of the curve.
Well,
thank you.
More doors will open. Yeah, that train might have already passed. I'm going to mix my metaphors. That bus might have already gone, but there's another bus coming. There's more federal funds coming. There's more needs in broadband. Even the definition of broadband keeps changing. we keep meeting faster and faster speeds, there's going to be more opportunity. And let's make this a lesson learned. And yeah, if you want some help to analyze what happened and see what went down, we can work with you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Do we have any other questions on the phone?
I'm showing no further questions at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then again, thank you everyone for coming. Thank you, Marielle. I hope you'll join us all again tomorrow for day 3 of the National Tribal Broadband Summit 2020. Like I was saying, we have a couple more presentations focusing on the intersection of broadband and the COVID-19 pandemic. And then later tomorrow afternoon, we will also hear from some tribal libraries and their different solutions, as well as we have a workshop on energy transmission and broadband from the Office of Indian Energy and Economic Development. I'll see you all here again tomorrow. Your WebEx link and telephone dial-in information are all the same for the whole week. Looking forward to it. Thank you all.
Thank you. This does conclude today's conference. You may disconnect at this time.